two here, four.
Five and six.
Five and six. Oh. Inside city council. I'm curious why they don't have any, I know on one what they're gonna say, but I'm curious, my curiosity is, and there's no citizens or other staff people, you know. It's a little tight. Well, it is, but it's people like me who sometimes just sit down and stand up and wait in line, get in line, get stuff here, so you can be close by and not be in the back. Yeah, I thought it was good. Well, the agenda's got a big part of that. I'm good. How are you?
Sorry to interrupt you.
I'm trying to play your step closer.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard that. Only something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So
We'll see how that.
that won't be too much, but thank you so much.
I haven't done any. I just been.
That's okay. We love it. We love it. Yeah.
We'll come sit. See whatever you can do. I'm super enjoying. You know, I have my spot.
getting a bill for $40 a month. Find out if
So we'll see when we get.
yeah, originally they went with a tried to get our bill waivers, and then you just kind of bail out and bail out and bail out. So it's no big deal.
Make sure you touch base with the sergeant at arms, all the sergeant at arms. They're meeting. Oh, yeah. Like we kind of talked about.
our regular council meeting and successor agency to the redevelopment agency meeting for December 17th, 2019. This is our last meeting of the year of 2019. I'll now actually invite Lauren James, a freshman at Estancia High School, and she's going to perform the national anthem and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of solemn expression from Pastor Phil, where is he? Pastor Phil Eiskens of the Lighthouse Church, where we have our bridge shelter. So please rise.
Oh, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Beautiful.
Ready, begin.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Mayor, Mrs. Harrelson, Mrs. Harrison, esteemed City Council, you can't but get a little grateful to hear the national anthem sung that way. I always try to say something that might instill a little moment of solemn inspection before I pray, but Eddie Rickenbacker, the American fighter pilot who also got a Congressional Medal of Honor in World War I, he said this: "I pray to God every night of my life to be given the strength and power to continue my efforts to inspire in others the interest, the obligation, and the responsibilities that we owe to this land for the sake of future generations, for my boys and girls, so that we can always look back when the candle of life burns low and say, thank God I have contributed my best to the land that contributed so much to me." Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, we can't help but be grateful to be in a land such as this, and grateful to find ourselves in a place of leadership like this, and to be involved in a city such as Costa Mesa. Father, we want to be mindful of the fact that you are the giver of wisdom and the giver of life, and we pray that you would help us, help the City Council tonight as they are challenged with the decisions and the things that they have to deal with. Give them wisdom, and Father, and strength. And Lord, we just thank you so much for Costa Mesa. Thank you so much for being part of it, for allowing us to be in this place at this particular time in history. And we thank you so much, and we pray these things in the name of the giver of all good things. And everybody said, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Phil, and have a great holiday.
You as well, Mayor. Steve, did you say?
And thank you, Ms. James. What a beautiful voice you have. Such a gift. Okay, Madam Clerk. May we please have the roll?
Thank you. Let the record reflect that all council is present.
Okay, Ms. Barlow, any city attorney closed session report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nothing reportable nothing needs to be reported from closed session, but the council did take action and give direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have presentations. Costa Mesa Minute, the last one of the year.
Hey Costa Mesa, I'm Dean Bora, and this is your special City Council edition of the Costa Mesa Minute. Here's a quick look at some upcoming events and activities this holiday season here in Costa Mesa. Snoopy House continues on the front lawn of City Hall through December 22nd with all of your Snoopy House favorites like free photos with Santa, free cider, free train rides, and more. Santa Claus visits the Costa Mesa Senior Center to spread some holiday cheer this Thursday for the annual Breakfast with Santa event. Experience Southern California's largest winter festival when Winterfest OC returns to the OC Fair and Event Center December 19th through January 5th. The Orange County Model Engineers invite you to ride the holiday trains and take photos with Santa this Saturday and Sunday. Learn more about the tradition of Hanukkah through games, singing, crafts, traditional treats, and more on Monday, December 23rd at the Senior Center. The 40th annual production of A Christmas Carol, starring Hal Landon as Scrooge, is on stage at South Coast Repertory through Christmas Eve. Blue Man Group returns to Orange County and the Segerstrom Center for the Arts with their new show for a limited engagement January 7th through 12th. And the legendary Art Garfunkel takes the Renee and Henry Segerstrom Concert Hall stage on Saturday, January 11th. Don't forget, you can get more Costa Mesa news and information on the regular edition of the Costa Mesa Minute. Happy holidays, everybody.
Okay, and now I'd like to ask for a report from, I guess, the city manager about the Costa Mesa Bridge Shelter and with regard to our ending homelessness update.
Thank you, Mayor Foley. Good evening. I wanted to bring forward some additional information regarding our bridge shelter. We have, during the past several months, made some incredible strides with helping the homeless. We often hear positive feedback from our residents, but sometimes we also hear that we need to do more. So I wanted to make sure that we're always working from the same set of facts and that we have the latest and greatest information regarding the efforts at the bridge shelter and the incredible progress that we're making there and all of the folks that we're serving so that they could get back on their feet and get housed again. And so this will be one of a routine series of updates that we'll be providing at our city council meetings. And so I wanted to just share some few statistics with you tonight. As you know, in early 2019, the City Council unanimously agreed to move forward with opening a new bridge shelter to provide 50 beds to those experiencing homelessness in Costa Mesa. And in 38 short days, the Costa Mesa Bridge Shelter was opened at the corner of Anaheim Avenue and Plummer Street. I have to say that the bridge shelter would not be a success if it weren't for the Network for Homeless Solutions, which is an incredible partner for us, the Lighthouse Church, and just this evening we just had Peter Aiskins, the pastor of the church, Pastor Phil Aiskins, give the invocation. Trellis, the Crossings Church, Saddleback Church, Fresh Beginnings Ministry, Families Forward, Serving People in Need, and many, many other nonprofits and faith-based organizations have worked with us. Since the bridge shelter opened in April, we have benefited from the hard work of 457 volunteers. That's quite a staggering number of volunteers that come to the shelter to support the work that we're doing there. And they've logged over 2,000 hours of their time to help those in need. We've served 5,400 meals to bridge shelter clients and even brought them special meals for the holidays. And I'm just pleased to say that I was there for the first Thanksgiving dinner that we offered to the bridge shelter clients, as was our Mayor Pro Tem, John Stevens. Councilmember Chavez was also there, and Councilmember Andrea Marr. Of note, I would like to stress how many folks we've been able to house because it is quite extraordinary. We have been able to, at this point, house 38 people who would otherwise be homeless if not for the efforts of all of those involved, including obviously our council, which has showed extraordinary leadership in terms of providing support, financial and other support for the Bridge Shelter, as well as the Network for Homeless Solutions and all of the staff in our police, parks and community services, fire, public works, public services departments, everybody who's really pitched in to make sure that this Bridge Shelter is a huge success. And so while we know that more needs to be done, I did want to stress that there are a lot of people in the community, within the city, within the faith-based, all of the churches and within the nonprofit sector that are all working very hard together to bring forward over almost 500 volunteers, logging over thousands and thousands of hours to help those in need. And I just didn't want for their efforts and their extraordinary accomplishments to go unnoticed. And so we will be providing a brief update at every council meeting. But as of today, I'm super happy to say that we have housed 38 individuals who are no longer homeless and will be, quote unquote, home for the holidays. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Great news. Yes, let's clap for that. It's great to end the year on that note. We started off the year working to open the shelter, and we're ending the year making sure that people have more than just shelter, but homes. Thank you so much to everybody, all the staff who work really hard in this program throughout the city. Okay, next item is as I wanted to make an announcement. The Education First item that was public hearing item number 2 has been withdrawn from the from the agenda because the appellant withdrew their appeal. Okay, so we won't be hearing that matter. If you're here for that matter, that won't be on our agenda. So thank you all for working that out, saving us a little bit of time tonight. Okay, public comments. At this time in the meeting is a time for a public comment. If you'd like to speak to an item that is not on the agenda, please come to one of the 2 podiums. Each speaker has 3 minutes. And if you are willing, we would be appreciative of you filling out the green card, but it is not mandatory. Come on up to one of the 2 podiums. Okay, go ahead.
Hi.
Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for hearing us. My name is Rob DeFilia. I live in the Lifestyles community directly adjacent to the Education First proposed property. Unfortunately, the appeal was withdrawn, so I'd come here to speak about that. I don't have much recourse, but I thought I'd at least say a couple things real quickly. First, thank Mrs. Green for giving me some documents to read. But I do hope that the City Council and Planning Commission continues to look at that. And, you know, we have a small community of about 70 houses, and we experience a tremendous amount of traffic trying to get in and out of our house. And we've asked for years for a signal, and we haven't gotten that. And adding 13 to 1,500 students is going to exponentially increase that traffic. And I understand that, you know, 600 plus that will be living on campus don't have vehicles, but they didn't come to California to sit there and not visit and explore all the wonderful things. So there will be Ubers, there will be Lyfts, there will be buses, and then another 700 plus that do need to commute daily to there. So there's going to be significant traffic burden, and I really hope that you look into seeing how to address that, because we are a major artery that feeds South Coast Plaza, and it's going to be a nightmare. So with that, thank you again.
Okay, thank you. And we do have an item related to the infrastructure agreement on our agenda later in the evening.
Wonderful.
And that is an agreement with the applicant to pay for some infrastructure improvements. Okay?
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Good
evening.
evening.
I'm Eleanor Egan. Hi. You don't
Our
know,
former city, one of our deputy city attorneys and former planning commissioner. Assistant city attorney, I apologize. I'll start your time over.
Okay. You don't often hear from me because you've been doing some good things like the bridge shelter. I approve. But tonight, I'm feeling disrespected, first of all, by the length of this agenda. I can't believe that everything on this agenda couldn't have been heard earlier or put off till the next meeting. It's the longest agenda I've ever seen. And worse, you've got two extremely important and probably controversial items way down at the end, new business 5 and 6. So I'm going to ask you either to bring those up to be heard early tonight or to continue them, because nobody wants to stay here for hours and hours and hours, and it's a really important matter.
Thank you. I think we're going to cut our meeting very short because we don't have the EF on the agenda, but that's a good
You've got a
consideration.
lot of other stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
My turn? Okay. Yes, it was brought to my attention this week that the city finally posted the annual report for this last year on the city website for the Coyote, the annual report for the Coyote activity in the city. It's December 13th. It's dated October 7th. The last one was dated July 9th, and believe me, I've been checking every week since then to make sure that one gets reported. And it's got like a 5-month delay on when probably we should have been looking for it. So it's not really a report either. It's kind of an internal memo, kind of like it was last year. And I don't know if this is something you saw or you see or it gets put in your reading file or how this gets brought to your attention or if it's even sent to you. I mean, the memo's from Lieutenant Backla in the department to the chief, and there's nothing to the city council, nothing to the city manager. Last year it was addressed to the city manager. So I guess people can check the website, but it kind of got a little bit buried this year. Now let me say this, we were extended an offer by the chief to meet with him and his staff this past August, and we did. He was concerned about the problem, especially after seeing the one in Buena Park where the coyote went in the house and killed the dog. So he was pretty straight up with us too, so I think our meeting with him was pretty good. And to be truthful, I was more impressed and treated better by the Costa Mesa Police Department than I was by the city next door. And by the way, there was a pack of them, I was told today, there was a pack of coyotes, camped out at Schiffer Park this morning too. So they're all over, they're still causing problems. They're not being managed very effectively. But here's the big issue, and it's a big one. You still have no standards, no adopted standards for the coyote problem. You need standards even for reporting. I mean, just based on what I was faced with this last week, you need to have some standards. This one slid 6 months on this thing. And the thing is that this memo gets hung up on one quotation by Dr. Quinn, who says that the activity in the city is, quote, normal. Well, normal doesn't equate to acceptable. You don't have acceptable levels of crime. You don't have acceptable levels of traffic. So there needs to be some standards adopted this year, hopefully, for the coyote activity in the city. And he said, when we had our meeting, he said, that 9 of them were killed this year, but you know what? That didn't even show up in the city report. That's something that's pretty important, and I think that report should be a lot more complete than it was. There were a lot of misstatements in that report. But anyhow, I'm just hoping that this becomes an issue coming up the next year. There's an election, and I have a long list of people, and every time there's an incident, one gets added, and I'm going to be keeping in contact with people on that. So,
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Good evening, council.
Another former councilman.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. I'm just going to take the moment to wish you and your families a very happy holiday season, Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year. We have a lot to be thankful for and a lot to look forward to. I would also like to extend that same holiday greetings to all the staff, as well as our entire community, our entire city, because we all need to relish in what we can do and where we can go and how we can grow and make this a better place to live. So thank you for your efforts. I look forward to keeping an eye on that. And please enjoy the holiday. Make sure you spend as much time with your family as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kate Voorhees, Office of Assemblywoman Petrie Norris. We would also like to wish you happy holidays, and we look forward to seeing you all next year.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you for letting me speak. I just had a couple of items. First of all, I agree with Mrs. Egan about the packing of the agenda during the holiday. This has been a complaint by residents. Most residents are getting ready for the holidays, and you know, there are important issues, but again, family kind of comes first. So I hope there's a reason why you don't have council meetings this time of the year. And specifically because of the parking. People can't find a place to park because you have Snoopy House going on at the same time. So I think that you need to pay attention to shortening the agendas or not going back to not having a meeting this late in the year. The other thing, I do have a question about the impact on Costa Mesa, the Supreme Court decision to not hear the appeal of the Boise decision on the homeless. And that decision allows the homeless to sleep in parks and on the sidewalks. So I wonder how that happens to does that conflict with our municipal code that we have against camping? So if somebody can actually answer that, I should appreciate it. And again, I wish everybody a happy holiday and hopefully a new year, and you can really get busy on focusing on solving the problems that we have in the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And this will be our last speaker.
So, I love it when there's students here. So, this is kind of for you guys. But Time Magazine, this is the Person of the Year. I don't have my new one. This is last month's. The Person of the Year is a 16-year-old young lady from Sweden who is awakened the entire world about climate change. So an attorney I've met along the way named Mark Rosen gave me a book called The Power of One. If that isn't a prime example of what one person could do, one young woman, when she started out, I think she was 8 or something. So please, you can make a difference, Costa Mesans. Don't just sit around and do nothing. Okay, so back to periodicals, LA Times, along with what Mr. Kakis was just saying, you have to allow people to sleep someplace. They are allowed to sleep on the sidewalks unless you have a shelter. Well, hello. I used to call us, you guys were, not you, but some people were calling us Costa Mesa cool, and I was calling us Costa Mesa clueless, Costa Mesa corrupt. But now I think we could be called Costa Mesa smart, because this majority council took the initiative and got that homeless shelter built, and now guess what? Poor little Newport Beach and poor little Huntington Beach and all the surrounding cities that did nothing are going to be in a lot of trouble. And then I'd also like to say, I think the majority council is on the right track. I also applaud what I read in the Daily Pilot, that our Mayor, Katrina Foley, and my favorite council lady, not that I don't like a lot of you, but she was over at Irvine at their city council meeting and wants to join into an energy initiative. I wish you could kind of explain that to us tonight. That's what I'm talking about, Costa Mesa Smart. Don't wait till everything is in a big mess. Jump on it and get things done. That's what I like about this majority council, because you take action, you don't just talk about things. Okay, thank you. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and Happy Holidays.
Happy holidays to you too. Okay, we'll close the public comment, and at this time, it's time for council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. This is the time for council members to provide comments and committee reports. If you wish to speak, please add your name to the queue, and each council member will be limited to 4 minutes. Maybe, if I can fix it. You got it? Okay. Okay, and we're going to begin with Councilmember Mansour.
Thank you. Just a couple brief things in response to Ms. Rafakis asking if we can endorse our ordinance regarding the decision in Idaho, yes, because we have a shelter that gives us a lot of leeway for enforcement. If we didn't, that would be different. So just a couple things. First of all, thank you to everyone for your prayers and your support. As some of you may know, my daughter was at CHOC in the hospital for a week, severe stomach pains, and developed into another thing called HSP, and very painful and a very moving experience to spend every night in the hospital with her, and not only hearing her pains throughout the night, but the pains of all the children at CHOC, and as they have these incredible diseases and circumstances in their life, and it just changes your heart. It's a life-changing experience. But my daughter has improved vastly. She's at home, and she's just doing so much better. So thank you. We're very grateful. And other than that, Merry Christmas.
Thank you. We're glad to hear your daughter's okay.
Oh, and she may be joining us later. She wanted to see a council meeting, so we'll see.
All right.
I don't know if that'll make her feel any better.
Well, we hope to have her. She has such a great spirit. We hope to have her back to her spiritful self soon. Councilmember Guinness?
That's my mic.
Can you push your, there we go. Councilmember Guinness, can you put, yeah, sensitive. There we go.
Okay. Couple of things. I think the community choice is definitely worth pursuing. The cool thing about the community choice initiative is I had been gathering information about this, probably a couple years ago, and wasn't getting a whole lot of interest from the council as a whole. But the neat thing about it is it gives you a choice. We're not gonna, if we decide to pursue this, we wouldn't be taking away your option to keep getting Edison the same way you always have been getting Edison, or if you have solar with Edison, whatever, but you'll have a choice. And that's why it's called community choice. So it's just offering residents another option for how they get their electricity, but you can continue to stay with the same option you've always had. And this is actually, unless the electric companies do what PG&E is doing now, which is going belly up, you'll have that option. So it will be a promise that will stand. We have no intention of taking away anybody's choices there. In fact, just adding more choice. And other than that, have a happy holiday, and try to drive very, very safely. We're coming into a time when people will be out enjoying themselves and partying. If you're going to be doing that, make sure you have an Uber, Lyft, or Yellow Cab or something app on your phone, and don't get in your car and drink and drive. Please don't drink and drive, and have a happy and safe holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
All right, everyone's being so short. So I want to thank Pastor Phil has left, but I want to thank him for his statement. I think one of the quotes he shared was, "Thank God I have contributed my best to the city," or to the country, but I'm replacing that with city, that has given or contributed so much to me. That really hit home, because I think that's really a driving force in both my decision to run for office and in all of the work that I'm doing or have been doing this past year. So I love this city. It's shaped me. It fuels me every day, and I will continue to work as hard as I can to support our community. I think Mayor Pro Tem is going to do a year in review, so I look forward to hearing that. I just want to thank I want to just thank the public and our staff for this year. We've gone through a lot of change. I know it's been very challenging, lots of transition, but lots of success as well. Really, really grateful for all of the work that you have done this year, and I'm very, very optimistic about next year. To staff, I know this year has been a challenge. I know we've pushed you really hard with very limited resources, and I think I've just recently discovered, I hope you'll appreciate that I've just recently discovered that we don't even know half of what you guys do to get the work done. So thank you, and I look forward to continuing to try to build up to full force in 2020. I'm really excited about the new leadership team being complete in 2020. I think I mentioned last meeting, I'm thrilled about our new assistant city manager coming on board, and all of the ideas and energy she'll bring as well. Some of that excitement really culminated week or two ago when a big group of Costa Mesans were able to attend an event put on by an organization called Strong Towns, who talks a lot about sort of research-based approaches to building a strong, resilient, economically vibrant community. And it was great to have our city manager there. We had 2 council members there, a planning commissioner there, and many, many residents who were able to sit around a table and workshop with experts about how to make positive change in our community. And we all left with so much excitement. And these are folks that I know are going to do the work to make those positive changes happen. You know that if you've been listening to any of these council meetings, that one of the initiatives I've been really excited about is improving mobility around the city, biking and walking. You'll hear more about that through some of our agenda items as well. One of those projects I want to mention is a county-wide group led by the Orange County Transportation Authority on safe routes initiatives across the county. So they're working on building a framework to really improve safe routes to schools, trying to build capacity within cities and those communities to improve walking and biking routes to schools to make it safer and more pleasant for our kids to get to and from school. Lots and lots of benefits to that. One of the things we've been doing related to biking are these monthly bike rides. Our holiday ride this past Sunday was so much fun. We had a really great turnout. I think one of my favorite moments in our bike ride was we had kids from, I think, 8 years old to 12 years old who joined us, and they planned to just join us for the first 2 miles of the ride. And when we got to 2 miles, they said, we want to keep going, and they wouldn't let their parents go home. So they stayed with us for 8 miles. And that was really, really great to see how many people had so much fun. We delivered more than 24 cookies to all of our police and fire stations across the city. They seemed pretty happy about that. We had a great time. I did have, it's fun, it's energizing, it's great to bring the community together. But I want to remind folks too that it's also very serious public safety issue. I had the chance to talk with a Newport Beach father who lost his son in a bike. His son was hit by a truck. It was in Newport Beach, but he's been fighting. Take a few more minutes, really fighting to get some change in his city. And it reminded me why this work is so important. There are lives at stake across the state. Fatalities and injuries of pedestrians and cyclists have been increasing. So it's very, very serious work that just also happens to bring a lot of fun events as well. So I look forward to continuing that work into 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you everyone for coming today and not going to Snoopy House. I am sure they're more fun than we are. I want to be quick with my last 2 weeks. I had the pleasure of joining the Shalimar cleanup crew on 2 weeks ago at Shalimar Drive. For those that don't know, it's a street in my district, and we got 2 bins from the city, and for an hour on my Saturday morning, I got to work with the residents there. By the time I left, one of the bins was already full within an hour, so it was a great success. So thank you to staff and everyone that helped out with that event. I also want to shout out Boys and Girls Club of Central Orange County, or Orange Coast. Last Saturday, they hosted a Winter Wonderland where they give the neighborhood kids in the Boys and Girls Club Christmas gifts. My sister went, and a lot of her friends went, and the joy in their faces was nice to see on the pictures their moms were sharing, because I know a lot of these kids would not have had the means to get the best gifts that they received at this event. And finally, I want to promote a quick new business in my district. It's called Nice Guys 100% Vegan Burgers. It's off 19th Street. I went there twice this past week, and it was amazing. It was the old TK burgers, and it's always great seeing businesses pop up in Costa Mesa that are not only tasty, but also environmentally friendly with being, going towards more vegan options. And last thing I want to say, last meeting was for me, Councilmember Marr and Councilmember Reynolds, our 1-year anniversary of being on council, and I just want to express gratitude to City of Costa Mesa for giving me the opportunity to serve you. It's been a joy this past year, and I can't wait to keep serving you throughout my term, and I want to wish everyone happy holidays, and have a great day today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marr?
Thank you. Okay, so we mentioned community choice energy a couple of times, so I just want to give a quick 101 so everyone knows what we're talking about. The City of Irvine voted earlier this week to pursue a JPA, a Joint Powers Authority, potentially with at least one other city in Orange County, to look into this idea of community choice energy, also called community choice aggregation, CCA. And the idea is the utility really has two businesses. One is transmission and distribution, and the other is actually procuring the energy that goes into your home. And Community Choice Energy allows you to continue using the wires that Southern California Edison has, so you keep the distribution, but you, as a JPA, as a city, negotiate those procurement contracts so that you control where the energy is actually coming from. So that generally that allows cities, there's 19 of these established across the state, that allows cities to say, I want my mix, my generation mix, the supply to be a little bit more green. I'm going to go procure contracts for more solar. Or I just want it to be as cheap as possible, so I'm going to go procure the cheapest contracts I can find on the market. And the idea is you're basically pulling Southern California Edison out of the generation equation and allowing cities to really control the way the supply and the demand works in the market. So like I said, 19 cities have already done this. 10 million people across California now get their energy from a community choice aggregator. As the city of Irvine proceeds with it, Mayor Foley and I sent a letter saying we're interested in exploring it as well. There's a feasibility analysis that has to be done to make sure that we're actually going to save money as a city by doing it and or have access to greener contracts. And so, you know, nothing... We're not voting on anything quite yet. There's some more feasibility that needs to happen, but it's certainly something that I think you're hearing a lot of folks on this council are interested in and we'd like to pursue a little bit more. So I used 2 minutes of my time to give CCA 101.
Good job.
Thank you. I do want to thank Jennifer Christ and the rest of staff for Snoopy House. We were able to clean it up a little bit this year. You'll see some things were repaired and repainted. I think it looks fantastic. It's always a wonderful event, and as Lorianne, or as our city manager said on the opening night, is something that she's been hearing about for the last 6 months, and so I'm glad you were able to finally see Costa Mesa Snoopy House in real life. Last week, I was in a small town in the Midwest for my day job, and that town, I can't say where it is, but that town is basically taking their downtown area and trying to make it as sustainable and green and net zero as possible. So even though it was 12 degrees, and I have never been colder in my entire life, it was actually a really incredible week, just getting to absolutely brainstorm about what are all the things you could do in a historic downtown nonetheless to truly live this dream of being as sustainable as possible. And so I look forward to bringing some lessons learned from that project back to Costa Mesa. And then last but not least, I'm going to yield the last minute of my time to our city attorney. If you could just expand on the City of Boise case from the Ninth Circuit and exactly what happened this week for the public, I think we'd appreciate that.
I'd be delighted. Would you like me to wait, Madam Mayor, until
You
you're
don't
all
have
done?
to yield your time. She has a report to give.
I want it to happen, so I think it's important for the public, and I was going to do it, but I think you're
I was
better
gonna
at it.
already talk about it.
yeah,
but it's
I'll
okay.
One of you do it, then I'll be happy.
I'll try to make it brief then if you
go
want me
ahead.
to do it now.
Sure.
Yes, the Supreme Court denied review in the Martin versus Boise case. What that means is that the law of the land in the Ninth Circuit of the United States, which includes California, is that we cannot criminalize people sleeping in public who have no other option. As many of you know, but some of you may not, the city has entered into a settlement agreement in litigation relating to that issue. And as a result of that litigation, the city built its temporary bridge shelter and has plans for a permanent shelter in the future. That does allow us to enforce our anti-camping and other ordinances within the parameters of that settlement agreement, and frankly, only because of the huge expense and amazing work of the staff and the people that put that shelter together. So it doesn't have an impact on us directly, other than it affirms that we, I want to say, did the right thing when we resolved that matter and moved forward with the shelter, because we will not run afoul of that law.
Right, that's exactly right. And we have chosen not to fight that, to do the right thing, to provide shelter, to try to tackle this issue of homelessness. And so we're going to keep doing what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for that 101. If you had your whiteboard, it would have been even better. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
All right, so I'm going to do, as Councilmember Reynolds said, I'm going to do the 2019 year in review. I did this in 2017, but not in 2018. So here's what we've done in rough chronological order. And this is a sample of what we've done as a city. Some of these things by council, many of them by staff and the community. We hired a chief of staff, Connor Locke, and his team, Hadassah Jakur, Evis Torres, and Albert Ruiz. We appointed Kim Barlow as our city attorney. We hired Everett Dory as our law firm to handle the sober living home cases, and they've gotten some great results in those cases. We've also got positive rulings in the Yellowstone case handled by Keller Anderley. We settled the Orange County Catholic worker lawsuit, which is the one before Judge Carter involving homelessness. We, as many people have said, we opened up our temporary shelter, a 50-bed shelter at the Lighthouse Church. That was a unanimous vote, 7-0 on that. And as a result of that, we have 88 people who now have shelter that otherwise would have been on our streets homeless. That's the biggest one. We hired 10 firefighters. We hired 10 police officers. We banned styrofoam at city facilities. We passed an organics first policy to get rid of Roundup in our public areas. We initiated Coyote Awareness Month. We recruited a new city manager and eventually hired our great city manager, Lorianne Farrell Harrison, who started on July 1st. We have many, many infrastructure projects, not the least of which are the medians on Harbor Boulevard. We held an absolutely awesome Independence Day event at which thousands of people attended and rocked out to the Tijuana Dogs, and our own Congressman Harley Ruda read from the Declaration of Independence. On May 24th, we opened our new Donald Dungan Library as part of our Lions Park project and an overall West Side restoration plan that continues to go forward. We started, Councilmember Reynolds and I are involved in this, the Coalition of Early Childhood Development in our city, and you'll be hearing more about that in 2020. We passed our first budget under the direction of our great new finance director, Kelly Telford, who's right there. And she just, trust me, she deserves applause for that. We won the needle exchange case together with the County of Orange and our comrade cities, the cities of Orange and Anaheim. We renovated Snoopy House, and I have enough time to plug this. If you want to come to Snoopy House, come on Saturday on the 21st, and you just might hear somebody say, ho, ho, ho. That's me. I'm going to be there. We hired Susan Price, who is not only the county's homelessness czar, but also built an absolutely beautiful permanent supportive housing community called Cabrillo in Long Beach as our new assistant city manager. I want to say thank you to a couple of people. Thank you, Tony Dodero, for helping me compile this list. And also thank you to this council. You know, I have been on the city council now for 3 years, and I will say this year, 2019, has been the most peaceful and civil and Zen-like time I've ever had on city council. And in part, see how much good work you can do if you cooperate and you work together and you treat each other with kindness. Merry Christmas to all of you, and Happy New Year for 2020.
Thank you, John. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens. Great job. Okay, well, sort of stole a little thunder, so I'm not going to rehash that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you. This is our goals and priorities that we set at the beginning of the year. And you probably can't see it, but I have lots of check marks next to all of these goals and priorities. And what I'm showing is that we have some work to do still for goal number 3 and goal number 2. Goal number 3, keep the city fiscally sustainable to address our long-term obligations as well as immediate needs. And that relates to developing our economic development plan. So I'm excited that we have people on board, our new city manager, who are going to help us to create a real economic development plan moving forward. We're also talking about community choice energy. That's exciting that we're moving forward with that discussion. And in our budget this year, we've already allocated funds that will be spent probably next year with regard to improving our IT and some of our systems that are making it cost more to do the good work that we're doing here in Costa Mesa at City Hall. Goal number 2, improve our neighborhoods and quality of life. While we work to do that every single day, there's some very specific things in this list in goal number 2, and I think you can get this in the back, that we want to continue to work on. Our Tree City USA. I'm looking forward to our Arbor Day celebration and lots of new trees that are going to be planted in the city to improve the quality of our and beautification of our city, but also clean the air. And also more further development of our West Side Restoration Plan, improving the corridors and really implementing our active transportation plan, and also hopefully we'll eventually see that recreation open space plan again, because it kind of got lost somewhere. So we are going to be busy. We made a lot of progress with regard to goals number 1, keeping our community safe, addressing sober living and homelessness, and our emergency operations. Goal number 4, addressing housing shortages and homelessness. Goal number 5, improving mobility and parking. We started a parking study so that we can address the shortage of parking in the city and create some better planning for that. And then goal number 6, I think we're doing a really good job of community engagement. We have a very engaged council. Everybody is always sharing information and trying to gather information from the community. So it's, I'll echo Mayor Pro Tem Stevens' comments about the quality of service with this particular council. I've been up here for 11 years now, moving into my 12th year, and I feel that we're making a lot of progress, and it's a great team to work with. I really appreciate all the hard work that everyone does, always. Wait till I'm finished with my comments. That's a first. Okay. Go ahead, John. Go ahead. Add 2. Hold on.
I just want to add 2. So we voted to fly the pride flag during Pride Month, but also, Dane, I got to give you your due. We moved moved into these beautiful chambers, and that was it's a huge undertaking. So Dane Bora, thank you for all the work that you did and you continue to do, supporting us on that. Thank you.
Okay, and we broke ground on our new Orange County Museum of Art, which is going to be a phenomenal improvement and amenity in our city. So we're really busy. Just this week, we opened Buffalo Wings, and you can catch that at the end of Harbor. It replaced the old Mimi's, and they are already doing a great job to give back to the Boys and Girls Club. And speaking of the Boys and Girls Club, I also attended the Saturday event and had the opportunity to walk with a student through the little maze that they created and do a craft with the students and talk to them, have a picture with Santa. And I do think that that's such a great resource that we have there, the Boys and Girls Club. I will be joining our first responders and our city manager and whoever would like to join me from the council on Thursday at the Boys and Girls Club over on the east side. And we will be doing my annual coat giveaway. And we have collected hundreds and hundreds of coats. If you haven't donated a coat yet, there's still time. I think there's still a box in the Costa Mesa PD lobby. It'll be picked up tomorrow and be delivered so that we can deliver the coats. And thank you to Torelli Realty for the annual Snowland. Thank you to our amazing city staff who, as has been already said, put together a beautiful Snoopy house this year. The quality of the improvements is definitely recognized. I've had many people in the community mention it to me. All of the little intricate machinery and the movement that's going on with the figurines and whatnot out there it's really impressive. So thank you so much. And yes, thank you as to the council for making the decision to open the shelter, putting us in a place that's ahead of majority of the cities in our county in terms of being able to not only enforce our anti-camping ordinances, but also save people's lives, as you heard tonight from our city manager and the successes that we have there. There were some cities in Orange County who decided to hedge their bets, and instead of opening a shelter, they fought the lawsuit, and they spent a lot of money that they could have spent on housing or on shelter operations. So now they're going to be out that money that they were spending on fighting the lawsuit, which I think most people believed would not be successful. And instead, now they're going to have double the cost because now they still have to build a shelter. So we have a great model. We're willing to partner with others to share the information and help them learn. I'm going to wish everybody happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year. Hope you all have a wonderful season and do be able to spend some time, quality time with family. We all get so busy always, and hope that you get to take a break. City manager report, anything further tonight?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that we're working on that we have to look forward to. First, I wanted to say thank you for all the kind remarks regarding city staff. They always work so hard to do the best that they can for you and for the public. I did want to acknowledge that Jennifer Mansour is here with the children, and Avalon Jane looks like she's doing great. Nice to see you.
Great to see you. Glad
back.
you're feeling better.
So just a couple of updates. The citywide parking study, we have received 5 proposals from consultants that are interested in working with the city to do an analysis of our residential permit parking program. And so we hope to bring something back at the meeting in January for your review and approval, a contract for us to be able to hone in on these issues and move the needle forward. I did want to clarify that while new permits are on hold, anyone who has an existing residential parking permit, it is still valid. So just wanted to clarify that. Existing residential parking permits are still valid. New applications, however, are on hold until we complete the study. We've also received a lot of feedback regarding the Bark Park. Just wanted to let everyone know that your concerns are important to us. We've assembled a city team that's working on short and long-term solutions for Bark Park, and we will be bringing them to the council for consideration either in late January or in February. So we're making some progress on that. And then regarding Snoopy House, I have to say that I was waiting in great anticipation for Snoopy House. I found it to be quite the magical event. Even my 6'2" husband, college former football player, was very excited, took a picture with Santa. And, and when Santa asked me what I wanted for Christmas, I found myself getting choked up as if I was a 5-year-old again. And so it's quite the incredible event. I'm really happy that we're still doing it, that we were able to salvage it. It's been going on for 53 years. This is the 9th year of the city doing it. And so I'm just really happy to be a part of that. And John, I might be coming to see you on the 21st to get some more additional Christmas wish list items in. And then last but not least, just wanted to mention that City Hall will be closed from Monday, December 23rd through Wednesday, January 1st, as will the courtyard. We will open the facilities again back to the public on Thursday, January 2nd. So just a reminder that Monday, December 23rd through Wednesday, January 1st, City Hall and the courtyard will be closed, and we will be reopening on Thursday, January 2nd.
Thank you. And city attorney report, I haven't forgotten. I'll go after. Okay, go ahead. Councilor Mansour.
All right. Well, thank you. Because they're going to take off. They want to go to Snoopy House. I just want to recognize my wife and my 4 kids, and thank you for my sister-in-law is here too, helping. Thank you for. They wanted to come here tonight to see where Dad goes on Tuesday nights, and my daughter Avalon Jane is 5 years old, and she was in the hospital for a week. So for her to be here is just incredible, and I just want to say I love you.
Hey, Merry Christmas. Okay. Ms. Barlow?
Yes, I'll make this brief. 2 things. One is my new Facebook post is going to be the picture of me and Lucy's psychiatrist is out booth. I think Dane took that picture, or somebody did anyway. It was very funny. And other than that, it's been a wonderful year. I'm so happy to be up here with you and working with this amazing staff and your wonderful new city manager. And it's just like old times, only better. So I want to wish everyone the very happiest of holidays, and I'll see you in January.
Thank you. Okay, and I wanted to, just real quickly, before I move to the consent calendar, there was a question about why so many items tonight and why we're having this meeting tonight, and I wanted to just address that. We actually had to have one more meeting this year. We voted on that earlier in the year because of some scheduling issues that occurred. And we wanted to be able to get some projects in before the end of the year for timing matters and, capital issues. So that is why. And yes, there's a lot on the agenda, and we apologize, but we are just trying to get the work done. And so we're a very working council. So our next meeting isn't until January 27th. That's also why we had to have this, 21st, apologize. That's also why we had to have so much on this agenda, because we have a long break before we have another council meeting. So we apologize, but we are trying to get the work done, and we also want to get back to celebrating the holidays. Okay, having said that, consent calendar. All items are listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the city council, staff, or the public request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for discussion. I will be abstaining on consent calendar item number 3, the warrant register, if pulled. Payments to West Coast Arborists, Inc., as I've received contributions over $250 to my Senate campaign. Madam Clerk, does the council or public request any items be pulled?
None, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. That was our Christmas gift.
Council, not the public. None?
Okay, thank you. We love it. May I have a motion and a second, please? Councilmember Reynolds?
Move to approve all items on consent.
Second.
Okay, call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Woo! That just cut off an hour. So sweet. Okay. We will now move to public hearing item number 1. Mr. Suther, Madam Clerk, will you read the title?
Thank you. Public hearing, item 1 is public hearing for the vacation of sidewalk and landscape easement at 3350 Avenue of the Arts.
Okay. Mr. Suther,
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, this is for vacation of a sidewalk and landscape easement at 3350 Avenue of the Arts. It is right by the Avenue of the Arts Hotel, and they're proposing a major modification, remodel of that hotel. And many years ago, back in 1984, the city received or recorded a 25-foot landscape and sidewalk easement adjacent to this property. And here is a depiction of the property limits. So this picture shows, the red line shows the current easement. And what's being requested is for a vacation of 5 foot of that easement in order to allow for the construction of their driveway to this remodeled hotel. As you can see from here, this is a picture of a depiction of the cross-section of the street. The street is not in the OCTA master plan of highways, but it's in our city's master plan, and it's supposed to be a 4-lane roadway, and which is what we have. It's a bicycle facility. It's a Class 3 bicycle facility, which means it's shared with the travel lane. So there's no separate bicycle lane identified for this street. And it's built to its ultimate width. As you can see here, beyond our city's sidewalk is a 25-foot landscape easement. And we'll still retain the 20 feet of landscaping, and they are requesting vacation of the last 5 feet. This picture again shows the requested vacation, and here is the city sidewalk. So staff requests city council approval of this vacation. Again, this matter went through planning commission, and also it was approved by the bike committee with an 8-3 vote. The Parks and Recreation Commission also reviewed the landscaping plan and approved that for this project. The applicant is here in case there are any questions, and I can answer any of the questions you might have.
Thank you. Council, if anyone has any questions, can you please ask for the floor in the queue? Seeing no one, I will open this item up for public comment. If you would like to speak to this item, please come to one of the two podiums. Seeing no one, close public comment. Council?
I'll move to approve the item.
Councilmember? Okay. Councilmember Mar, did you want to speak to the item?
Nope.
Councilmember Chavez? Okay. We will call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Okay. Public hearing item number 2. I'm sorry, number 3.
3.
This is continued public hearing to consider annual review of the citywide traffic impact fees. Do you want that?
Ms. Rosales?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I'll just give a brief presentation, and I won't repeat what the presentation from last time.
Thank you.
So at the last City Council meeting on December 3rd, 2019, staff made the initial presentation of the annual review of the citywide traffic impact fee program. During the meeting at that time, City Council directed staff and the city attorney to review the recommendations, in particular, the recommendation of the 10% reduction in ADT for development trips. Based on city attorney and staff review, the following clarifications and recommendations are proposed. The first item is recognizing that the active transportation plan implementation will result in a 5% reduction in auto trips. Staff feels this is a very conservative reduction. And for example, I'll go ahead and show you on the next slide, and I'll go back to the slide we were just on. This map is a map that's in the active transportation plan. It shows both existing and proposed bikeway facilities. All of the lines shown as dashed are the proposed, and adding all of those facilities together, actually the proposed facilities comes out to 53.7 miles of new bicycle infrastructure, or facilities, not necessarily full infrastructure. So going back to this slide here, so also recommendations proposed is to approve an additional 5% reduction in auto trips for developments that implement active transportation improvements beyond what's typically required for developments. This could include things such as a multi-use path. It could also include enhanced pedestrian improvements in the area, or it could also include implementing something that's actually on the active transportation plan. So the revised recommendation is to adopt a proposed resolution which includes continuing the traffic impact fee of $235 per average daily trip, which includes the inclusion of active transportation projects, approve allocation of up to 10% of traffic impact fees towards traffic signal synchronization projects, remove the 5% cap on active transportation projects to allow for additional active transportation projects to be implemented, and then approve a 5% reduction in automobile trips as a result of active transportation plan implementation,
and an additional 5% reduction in automobile trips for developments that propose to implement active transportation improvements beyond typical development requirements.
Thank you. Council, if there's anyone who has any questions, please ask for the queue. Councilmember Guinness.
On page 2 of the staff report, it states that there were several options that were considered, and it was determined that trip fees in the range of $176 per ADT through $476 per ADT could be justified. In other words, were we to assess a fee of as much as $476 that we believe a nexus exists? Or a nexus could be demonstrated?
Yes, so Councilmember Guinness, a fee going up to $476 per ADT means that all of the projects that are in the general plan, including major street projects, would be included in that fee. There were projects, major roadway projects that were taken out of it, which is how the range gets as low as 176. But that if it was as high as 476, that would mean everything is in that calculation.
Yeah, and so you indicated that on advice of the city attorney, the recommendation before us was being made. And I'm wondering why we feel compelled to give that 5% as a result of ATP implementation when we could actually justify a fee of twice what's being suggested per ADT.
All right, Councilmember Guinness, so the 5% reduction in ADT accounts for the 5% reduction in auto trips. So the fee looks at what it is at build-out. So at build-out 2035. So if the ATP was fully implemented, at build-out, which is what it is assuming, then we see that we would see at least a 5% reduction in auto trips citywide, including auto trips that are being generated by new developments. So that's where the 5% reduction comes into play.
So my question was basically, though, number one, why we would cut there as opposed to just keeping it with, like, say, 10% overall for money that they put in, dollar for dollar, what goes into an active transportation improvement. And then the other point is, are we certain that the 5% reduction in auto trips will reduce the need for infrastructure improvements by 5%? Because some of these are needed even if, like, say, if there's going to be a 30% increase, even if at some location, even if there were only a 20% increase, we'd still need the improvement. So did we run the numbers to see what the difference in the need for improvements would be with a 5% reduction?
Madam Mayor, if I can answer that.
Mr. Sethuraman?
The 5% reduction was included to establish a nexus. When we added the active transportation improvements into the mix of all the improvements, there was a question as to if that reduces automobile trips, then should that reduce the development trips also? And that's kind of the impetus behind looking at what would that be. And initially we thought it could be as high as 10%, and we scaled it down. And I think, as Ms. Rosales mentioned, we are being very conservative. With respect to the improvements, we have many roadway improvements still in the mix, in addition to the active transportation. So we have both in this particular mix. And just want to point out, even with those improvements, the fee actually came up to less than 235, and we picked 235 to be on, to just make it same as, not to give a break on that from last year. So we're just keeping it consistent. But when we calculated the fee with the active transportation and these roadway improvements, it came to, I think, 220 in that range. 228. So I think we're being reasonable in what we are charging in this regard.
Okay, I'm still not clear on the answer to my precise question. Specifically, under our adopted general plan, over the baseline of what was in existence at that time, it was about 250,000 new ADT. And then we had certain improvements that were going to be needed under the master plan to accommodate that traffic, the additional 250,000 trips. The question is, if that 250,000 trips shrank even down to 200,000 trips instead of 250, would we be eliminating infrastructure improvements, the need for infrastructure improvements, or would most of the infrastructure improvements that are going to be needed for the 250 also be needed for the 200, in which case we'd have fewer trips amongst which to distribute the costs, in which case we need to make the fee higher, not lower. So that's my question. Not, yes. I get your rationale, but my question is, is the reduction in trips going to reduce the need for specific improvements that are going to cost us money somehow? And so is it actually going to cost more per trip versus less per trip?
So Madam Mayor, on that question, Ms. Guinness, Councilmember Guinness, the improvements that we took out are the improvements that we felt are unreasonable or unrealistic for us to implement.
No, I get that from the different...
This is like Wilson Street.
Yeah.
So when we included all these active transportation improvements, our modeling is that we can bring the number of trips down where we don't need to implement that kind of improvement, and what we are doing is in lieu of that improvement. So in that regard, we included every single active transportation improvement and took out only the ones that are not feasible and replaced by active transportation. And we did that analysis example. I'll give you a good example on West 17th Street. We actually went through an exercise on that. We did a study on that. We did a design of different alternatives and went to community meetings too. And we had options of widening it or adding bike lanes. And we felt either option would mitigate or would help the traffic. And the community picked adding bike lanes on West 17th Street. So that improvement is now included in the model. So that's kind of the exercise that we went through.
Okay, and so that's included in the cost too.
Yes.
So we specifically do know that there are specific improvements and their attendant costs that will no longer be needed, as opposed to before we would just take out the ones that we figured weren't feasible and that was just it.
That's correct. So this time actually we have a little bit more reasoning behind why we can take something out and it's replaced by a active transportation project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Reynolds. Maybe.
There we go. Okay, so I want to confirm on page 4, we talk about the citywide fee study. I just want to check in on, confirm my understanding and check in on the timing of that. So tonight, we're being asked to vote on this particular impact fee, but we'll have a chance to revisit this fee as part of the citywide fee study. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilmember Reynolds, that's correct.
And what approximate timing of that?
We are working with the finance department on that study parameters. So at this point, we are reviewing that. So I have some meetings coming up this week to talk about that.
Is that coming back to us? Is that like quarter 1, quarter 2? Do we know? That might be a question for the city manager.
I would say it will be in the next year, sometime next year.
Is that the most precise that we have?
First half of the year. First half of the calendar year, I would say.
Okay, so ahead of the
fees
budget
underway
process for the
Right.
upcoming year.
Finance is working with every single department, so we'll have something back for you within the first half.
Okay. Okay. We had, when we discussed this item last meeting, we had, I think, raised the question of opportunities for a tiered pricing based on a company's size. Is that something that we, or other, to try to make the fee possibly lower for small businesses, and what avenues we might explore on that front? Is that something we looked at all since last meeting?
No, that wasn't looked at. I mean, we used to have a tiered structure based on number of trips, and we eliminated that last time around. But we did not have any other look into it.
Okay. That's, I don't remember which goal number, Mayor Foley, you had that list of goals and priorities, but which goal number and sub number, but we did have as one of our goals efforts to look at how to support smaller businesses. I know one example, a recent example was Moon Goat Coffee, who ended up paying a $75,000. So small locally owned coffee shop paid $75,000 in their traffic impact fee. So looking at ways to try to mitigate, the cost of this on our small businesses that we want to open and flourish. Let's see. I wanted to just confirm on the signal synchronization projects. Are things like the leading interval, lengthening, crosswalk timing, preventing conflicts with like right turn lanes and crosswalk signals? Are those things that are part of the signal synchronization? Or is signal synchronization strictly like traffic throughput?
Councilmember Reynolds, when a corridor is reviewed and the signal timing is evaluated, things like leading pedestrian intervals are considered as part of the retiming of that corridor, but it's specific to the corridors that we're synchronizing.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yeah, I just had one topic. If you look at page 13, our handwritten page 13, and if you go down to the very bottom line, it says citywide fee with ATP projects and 15% reduction in ADT trips. And then that gets us to the 228 number per trip. So, but we use that figure 15%, but then in the recommendation, we're using 5%. So, like, shouldn't we be calculating it with 5% to be consistent? And if we did, wouldn't the number be higher?
Pro Tem Stevens, actually, if you make it 5%, the number will be lower.
Okay, forget I asked the question then.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, did you have something else?
Sorry, I had one more question. So looking at this in the context of other fees that we're reviewing in the city, why does this fee have an ad hoc committee? I don't think we have committees for other fees.
This is something that has been in existence since 1993. So I think when the thought of fees just came about, they wanted to have a committee on that. And
Okay, maybe that's something that we can review as well. And we have a lot of committees. Okay, just curious. So it's just because we have one. There's no reason in your mind that it makes sense to have a committee specific to this fee when we don't have it for others.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Reynolds, the committee actually provides very good input. They meet very rarely. I mean, they don't meet every month like other committees do. This meets on, when there is a need to discuss. So we might have 1 or 2 meetings a year. That's why it's an ad hoc committee. Mm-hmm. And they do provide a very good input. And what happens is that some of the committee members, especially the developers, they bring in consultants, technical consultants. So they kind of provide another check on staff. And I think it's a worthwhile exercise because we've been very successful in having these fees and not being challenged, and BIA is involved in some of these discussions, and I think it's a worthwhile thing to have this kind of committee because of the technical nature of the work.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I did have one more question. This is something I sort of wrestled with a little bit at our last meeting, and this is the proposed 5% reduction for a development project that implements active transportation improvements beyond the typical requirements. I just don't quite understand how that's defined or how we judge what is beyond typical development requirements. Can you just describe again how we would assess that? How we would assess what development would or wouldn't get this additional 5% reduction?
Okay, yeah, thanks, Councilmember Reynolds. So this would be beyond a typical requirement such as bike racks would be maybe a typical requirement, or if there's a missing sidewalk adjacent to the property, anything that's in the typical transportation conditions for the approval of a development.
That's typical according to Costa Mesa Development Code.
Correct.
Okay.
And our active transportation plan and the master plan of bikeways as well.
Correct. So if they were to implement something that was on the plan beyond what would be required, then that would be something that would be considered as above and beyond.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Reynolds, there are some developments that are proposing, we're coming across, they want to incorporate a new bike trail in their facility or they might have an on-street bike lane and they want to change it into a class 4 bike lane, which is a cycle track. So they're going over and above to promote active transportation. And I think we just want to recognize that kind of project. It could be mixed use where they encourage more walking and biking. So things like that. It has to be, it's not any standard project.
Right, okay. And it would be, right now the proposal is that staff would make the assessment that this is something that would trigger a 5% discount.
Yes, I think we're keeping it a high bar, so I think we will be able to distinguish between a standard as well as compared to over and above type of project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember McGinnis, did you have another question?
No, I just wanted to respond. I think that Raja pretty well covered it, but having been here when we established that committee, when we first did this, we did have to charge a trip fee consistent with the first Measure M, but the city had begun charging trip fees in the north end of town, north of the 405, around 1988, 89, and a lot of cities didn't do that. A few did, but not a lot did. And so we were kind of treading new territory to a large extent, and it was really important to bring in the people who would be most effective, as well as members of the community in general, who had a good handle on these kinds of things. So it did protect us because nobody's challenged our fee, and our fee is not among the lower ones in the county by any means. And so I believe it's been good. I have especially felt some of the input, for example, from Lynn Scott Law and Greenspan to be very helpful, which we didn't have to pay for because I believe, I think George Sakioka probably brought them in, but it is a worthwhile exercise, and it's great having not only their buy-in to the fee so that we avoid litigation, but also some of the professional expertise that can be used to supplement our own expertise. Not that our people aren't experts.
Okay, great. I'm going to open this item up for public comment. If there's anyone who wishes to speak to this item, please come to one of the two podiums. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes. It's another former council member in the house tonight.
I don't know. It's because we love the city, so we just stay involved. It's a habit. Anyway, my name is Wendy Lease. A couple things. I appreciated what Councilwoman Reynolds just brought up. I think it sounded like that the 5% reduction would be arbitrary. I think it would be better if there were some kind of a list so that it wasn't really at the discretion of the staff. In other words, what is the high mark? What is the standard that a developer, let's get as much as we can, not just, oh, well, that looks nice, we'll give you the discount. But the other thing I wanted to bring to your attention, and I did notice this a year ago, and it was too late to bring it up, but on handwritten page 14, talking about the roadway and intersection improvements that are excluded from the trip fee program. I want to bring your attention to 17th, Pomona to Bluff. Well, as far as I know, there will be no Bluff Road. So that should be taken off of there. But it was on another list from last year, so maybe Raja took it off. But I caught this because we're not going to go to Bluff Road. Wherever we're going to go, and we're probably not going to widen from 2 lanes to 4 lanes on 17th from Pomona, thank God.
Thank you. So just to clarify, that actually is a list of things that are already excluded.
I know.
Oh,
I know,
okay.
But even just mentioning Bluff, we shouldn't mention Bluff. Why would we even mention Bluff Road? It's gone away.
I see your point. Okay, very good. Thank you. Seeing no one else, we'll close the public comment. Council, do we have a motion? Councilmember Mar?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the item.
Councilmember Chavez?
Second.
Okay, no one in the queue. Call for the question. Councilmember Mar?
Trying to.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, thank you.
Let's go.
Public hearing, well, no, now we are on new business. We have no old business tonight, so we are now on new business. We have 7 new business items. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. First item, infrastructure improvement agreement between Education First and the City of Costa Mesa. Presentation by Mr. Inlos, Economic Development Administrator.
Good morning, or good evening, sorry.
It's only 7:39, people.
It's the medicine. On that note, I apologize if I cough. I'll try to keep it this way. Mayor, council members, this is for EF, the Education First Agreement. It's an infrastructure and service agreement in response to a condition of approval for a project that was recently approved by Planning Commission. Staff recommends that the City Council approve the infrastructure improvement agreement between the city and EF for the following reasons. The staff and applicant have developed the basic terms of the agreement to address future infrastructure and service demands. The applicant agreed to a fiscal contribution that's in this agreement due to the mutual benefit arising from infrastructure investments. The Planning Commission, this is again in response to a condition of approval from Planning Commission entitlement that was granted to the applicant for their international language school. And the project entitlements are contingent upon City Council's approval of the agreement. So without an approval of an agreement today, the entitlements per the project would not be approved. The justification for the agreement itself is because the project is expected to result in ongoing infrastructure and service needs due to the unique nature of the project. Our typical impact fees, transportation and otherwise do not apply to this project. Staff believes that the project will result in overall economic benefit for the community. This includes the businesses, residents that are host families, and everyone else. However, the fiscal impact analysis, specifically to the city's general fund, shows this to be a net fiscal deficit. Due to this, the applicant and the city have come to an agreement that includes a $1.8 million contribution from the applicant over the next 15 years with considerations from the city, including a hot crossing that I'll talk more in a brief moment. The agreement memorializes the contribution and considerations for both parties. So this is the summary of the agreement. EF, the International Language School, has agreed to contribute $1.8 million. The first contribution is $300,000 prior to permit issuance. Following that, $100,000 contribution for the next 15 years, as well as collaboration in a private-public partnership with our Newport Mesa Unified School District for a 10-year program that's a competitive scholarship program, that benefits students from the Costa Mesa High School, up to 5 students and 2 chaperones for EF education to tour abroad. And the applicant, I'm sure, will go into more detail into that program as well. The considerations from the city is that we will design and install a signalized pedestrian crosswalk on Bear Street that crosses from EF to Schiffer Park. It's a hot signal crossing that will span all lanes and allow for pedestrian crossing between these 2 properties and an ADA ramp, as well as other projects that the City Council identifies and deems important for improving the infrastructure and services within this vicinity, the project vicinity. The specific construction project or infrastructure project spelled out in the agreement is a signalized pedestrian crossing. This is where we're estimating that initial contribution will go towards developing and designing and developing this infrastructure improvement. Again, it's a hot crossing. To your right is an example photo of the one on Arlington. Obviously, this one will be a little bit more substantial because it'll be going over more lanes of traffic, but similar in idea. Again, the recommendation is to approve the infrastructure improvement agreement between the city and EF. Staff has our fiscal impact analysis consultant here with us, Roger Dale, from the Natus and Dale Group. And the applicant is also here with their team as well if you have any questions for them.
All right, thank you. If anyone has questions, please ask in the queue. Councilmember Guinness.
Why is this limited to Mesa High as opposed to any student in the city of who resides in Costa Mesa, for example, Estancia High School, or even kids who live in Costa Mesa who attend
They didn't
Harbor.
say Costa Mesa High.
It said CMHS.
Oh, I don't think that was the intent. We'll have to ask the applicant to address that. That was not the intent.
Okay, because that was my main question. Living in the Estancia area. And having 4 Estancia grads sitting up here.
Well, it's not about that. It's about it should be open to all of the.
No, I know it.
the
I'm
Newport
just being,
Mesa School District.
that was
Okay,
just a
thank
little
you.
facetious, but.
Councilmember Chavez?
I second Sandy's motion in that.
Well, there's no motion.
Or just idea or her
Okay.
comment. So
Do you have
yeah.
a question?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Mansour.
Thank you. Mr. Inlow's, page 3 of the staff report, under fiscal impact, second paragraph where it talks about the a conflicting economic benefit analysis by the applicant, a net positive of 52,000, our analysis, a negative 48,000. Can you address how we might reconcile the conflicts a little bit, but also can you elaborate on what contributes to the net fiscal deficit? Is it, for example, police fire response? Is it wear and tear on the streets? What are some of the things that are used to calculate the deficit?
So I might start with some simple answers to this question, and then if you have some more detailed questions, I might bring up Roger Dale, who prepared the fiscal impact report for the city. The fiscal impact report evaluates all incoming expected revenues from this project, and then any incoming any expected expenditures from the project. The difference between the two numbers is both difference in methodology and difference in assumptions. So in that sense, I would probably bring up Roger Dale and give you allow him to kind of elaborate on ours. I will say that when comparing the two numbers, there are differences in the expected cost for fire and police, but all the numbers vary somewhat. Again, it comes down to assumptions from how you assess a factor of how much a particular person contributes to the impact of a city that's a student at the school, as opposed to an employee of the school, as opposed to a typical resident, all the way to expected expenditures from a given project. So again, if you want to get into that detail, I probably would call Roger Dale up here to answer those.
Okay, then, no, I appreciate that. And then more specifically, what else is calculated in to the negative cost? I know you mentioned police, fire. Is it wear and tear on city streets? And are there any other things that there are impacts to?
Yeah, so if you go to the fiscal impact report that's attached to the staff report, on handwritten page 32, there's a summary of revenues and expenditures. The expenditures section is what would account for, I think, a majority of your question. It's police protection, fire protection, public services department, that's infrastructure, parks and community services, maintaining and keeping up parks, development services, and then overhead administration of the city. So those are the factors.
Got it. I think you answered my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay, I just had one question. I had the same concern about limiting this to one high school. I think that's easily addressed. The one question about the agreement and just what types of projects would be eligible using those funds. So on page 8 of the agreement, handwritten page 8, so page 3 of the agreement, we define the term designated improvements, and we say within the vicinity of the project site. My biggest concern about sort of impacts with this project is the over 1,000 students, not in a vehicle, walking and biking, skateboarding, who knows what, around the city to their host homes or to South Coast Plaza or the camp or other areas. So I just want to make sure that improvements to make that kind of active transportation from the project site to sort of key retail destinations or to the host family neighborhoods would be included in this definition of designated improvements? How do we define the vicinity of the project site?
So they have a bus service area that they clearly talk about in their packet as to areas where they can pull for host families. And that would probably be a good metric and what we've been using so far to understand kind of potential vicinity impact, because that's where they see those host families coming from. And it actually also encapsulates most of the areas or destination locations that these students would potentially be interested in going to in the city as well.
So can you give us a ballpark area? Like, what does the area encompass?
Well, let me ask a different question. So if we were to add language that says, so if I read, the term designated improvements shall mean infrastructure and service improvements which enhance livability within the vicinity of the project site and mobility between the project site, host family neighborhoods, and key retail destinations. Would there be any problem expanding the definition in that way? No. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Guinness, did you have something else?
Yeah, I had one question which I forgot to ask. In each of these studies, these are the year one cost revenue, correct?
Correct. Each of them are based on budget items from last fiscal assessment. So yeah, the further you go out, there's a projection. There's more of a projection forecasting involved.
And I know one of them had like so many years out net present value, but do either of the studies consider the fact that property tax is fixed, yet expenses continue to rise year after year after year after year? Or because our biggest component of the revenue is the property tax, which doesn't go anywhere. And so does this study consider the fact that expenses rise? Have we taken that into consideration? Because that's one of the rationales I see for this annual payment, is that our costs continue to rise, whereas our biggest source of revenue is fixed for the most part. And to the extent that we don't, I think we really need to be doing that in the future for some of the other projects that are coming up, because we have some big ones.
Councilmember Guinness, I can have Roger Dale answer that question for you.
Good evening, council members and Councilmember Guinness. In response to your question, it does not take that into consideration. So I wouldn't characterize it as a year one projection. It's really a build-out projection. Once the facility is fully operational, this is what the annual impact would be. And the analysis we've done is based on the fiscal impact model that our firm prepared for the city for the general plan update. And that model did not incorporate a property tax adjustment consistent with what you're saying, for the reason that for most land uses, you have a periodic turnover of ownership so that you do get reassessment, and property tax can theoretically keep up with other cost increases. In a project like this, though, that's unlikely because it's a single ownership and not necessarily going to be changing, reassessed or changing ownership on a periodic basis. So that would be an issue that would potentially over time cause the cost to exceed or to escalate at a rate faster than the revenues.
And has the model been updated to reflect changes in employee contracts since the model was first put together?
Yes. So every year we've updated it based on the current budget. And this is just been updated as recently as a couple of months ago to reflect the 18-19 actual expenditure figures for the city.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yeah, I just have a couple questions, Mr. Dale. So if you look at the applicant's report, they touch on some things that I just don't think you covered in your report, and maybe it was not within the scope of your report. Because as I understand it, the scope of your report appears to be the effect of the project on the general fund of the city of Costa Mesa, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when the applicant asserts on page 58 and in their report that the project will directly generate approximately $511,000 annually to the Newport Mesa Unified School District, Coast Community College District. You're not taking a position disputing that or agreeing with it one way or the other, correct?
No.
Okay.
And that, we have reviewed their study. We don't disagree with that. It's just a broader scope than what we were asked to look at for the city.
Okay, and then the same is true with what they say, assert on page 59, that we anticipate that there will be 451 construction-related jobs and generating approximately $38.8 million in labor income. Same thing, you've read that and you don't disagree with it, but it was not within your scope.
That's correct. I mean, we have not independently verified those numbers, but they're not, in our experience, unreasonable. And those are appropriate things for a project applicant to evaluate as part of a project. They just were not part of the scope for our analysis.
And they're appropriate for the city council to evaluate, right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
They're a separate issue from fiscal impacts, but if you look at the overall picture of the benefits the project will bring, those are definitely things you would want to consider.
The overall income and impact to our community.
Correct.
Our children, our parents, things of that nature. And would the same be true with this statement on the same page? Approximately 78.1 million in economic output directly or indirectly induced economic activity. Same thing that appeared reasonable to you, something reasonable for the applicant and the council to consider, but it just wasn't within your scope of work, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, one thing that was within your scope of work, and I just, whatever, I could ask you probably a ton of questions, but this one kind of popped out at me. And it seemed somewhat material. So it's on page 31, handwritten 31, you say the annual Costa Mesa taxable retail expenditures of $4,000 per FTE student living on campus and $2,200 per FTE student living off campus. That's the retail expenditures. So I did some rudimentary math, which is about all I can do. And it came to $76 a week, I think, if I did that right. That seemed really low to me. I'm sure I'm doing it wrong, but just explain to me how I got it wrong.
They probably are conservative numbers, especially when you consider that it's our understanding that the students won't be here for a full year. They're here maybe 4 weeks, 6 weeks for their period of study. So you can imagine that someone coming for that time would have a budget for shopping for things while they're in the U.S., and a good portion of that could be spent in Costa Mesa.
Right.
These are numbers that were estimated by the applicant. We included them in our analysis because they appeared conservative. We don't have a basis for adjusting them upward, but I think, if anything, you would see an upside potential on those numbers.
And with respect to one of the things that appears to be kind of a point that the applicant was making, more in their response to the appeal than in this, but the numbers pertaining to calls for services to the police and fire. I mean, you have a fairly high number for the annual cost of police. For example, in your study, it was $168,000, and I think it was $58,000 for the fire. But did you consider the demographics of this specific group of students and also the extra security that EF is including on their project and paying for, and also the track record that they've presented to us with what they've had occurring in other locations where they've had significantly lower burdens on police and fire that appear to be embedded into your assumptions?
So the answer is yes. We did look at the unique nature of the population. our numbers are basically calculated on a per capita cost basis. But if we were evaluating, for example, an apartment project, every new resident would count as one new person in the city. We've significantly discounted the cost for the resident students to a factor of 0.35. So essentially, each person counts as a third of what they would normally count for that number of people. And so that's the way we reflected in the analysis. We have not specifically factored in how the on-site security would affect those numbers. I mean, that's part of the rationale for adjusting those numbers down to 0.35 and even lower if they're living off-site. And I would say also that we reviewed these numbers in terms of the end result of our analysis with the fire and police departments, and they were comfortable with the way they are and didn't want us to adjust them further. So that was, and regarding the information the applicant has provided, we don't disagree with that, but we have not independently verified that is applicable to Costa Mesa, and so it's not specifically been addressed in our analysis.
So one last question. So, I mean, is there the 48,000 to the negative versus the 52,000 to the positive? Is that within the standard deviation?
Yes. I'm glad you asked the question, because the reality is fiscal impact studies have a very high margin of error. Just it's impossible to know exactly how you would account for the costs of a project. Certain things like police and fire, you can maybe track calls for service and incidents that occur on a site. But our analysis includes all city general fund costs, administrative costs, et cetera, that effectively you can never really trace to a particular project once it's built. So it's basically an analysis of a fair share of a total city costs that would be attributed to this population after we've made those adjustments to the demographics that I mentioned. So in our mind, a negative 48,000 or positive 50,000 that's the range of. I couldn't say that their number is wrong or ours is more right than theirs. They're probably both within the range of what we would expect. And I think the point from the city's perspective is it's good to be aware of that yes, it may be positive, but you make some slight adjustments in the assumptions and it shows that it's slightly negative.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Barr?
So just to keep hammering this question of police protection, how many, do we have an average dollar value for calls for service? Like if I was to try to divide this 168,529 by some number, how do I think about this number in terms of calls for service?
We don't for fire or for police. The police department, I don't believe, keeps records that in a way that enables us to do that. For fire, we do, and we have evaluated this by different types of land uses that are comparable to this project, including Vanguard University calls that are there. And if you look at that on a kind of a fair share of calls for service and then apply that cost per call to this project, it's very close to what our analysis estimates.
So we do have a rough price per call then?
Yes, and I'm going to.
I couldn't find it in the analysis.
If I don't have it in front of me, I've got it on my computer and I can give it to you, but it is part of our model.
Okay. And then does your firm ever do this dynamically such that we could see cost change over time? Like, is that a thing we could ask for in the future? I don't know, maybe this question is for Mr. Inlows.
Well, we update the model. We can easily update the model every year to account for adjustments in the city's budget, which kind of reflects its cost structure. If you're asking us to look at the project to go back once the project's built and isolate the cost to that project,
like a cash flow model, right? Where we're looking at both revenues and expenses over a 10 or 14-year period, whatever.
Theoretically, you could do that, but as I said, it's very tricky to assign all the city's costs to a particular property. Certain things like police and fire, you could track calls, but other more general overhead type costs, it's very difficult to assign those to track where those would actually go to a particular property. So you'd
Yeah.
always be dealing with estimates.
Okay. I mean, I guess my other sort of the corollary to that is that ideally you'd be able to tune your model over a period of time, right? You'd be able to see after a
Yes.
5-year period if you were tracking with that model or if we had gotten it wrong from year one, and we could potentially work with the applicant to tune it over time via either a CUP process or anything else. So I'm just wondering if that's a possibility given the size of this project. I'm not asking for this one necessarily, but just broadly speaking, when we do these analyses and we argue over a $100,000 swing, what methodology we could potentially employ to put that in context.
I am not familiar with any project that has been, as part of a development approval, gone back and tracked what the actual impacts have been.
Yep.
In my experience, I'm not saying it couldn't be done, but it's something that I don't think you would still be coming up with a range of numbers like we've got with our study, the applicant study, and to pinpoint a precise number would probably be a unrealistic thing to try to do.
Mr. Inlows?
Council Member Marr, a good example of this would be use of park facilities. I think the examples right now seem kind of cut and dry when you're talking about calls for service, and those aren't even as cut and dry as they might think, but a really great example would be the uses of parks. How would we assess an individual person, how often they use parks, especially in a situation like this where we have a proposed project that's going to have host families that are hosting students that potentially could be leveraging any of the parks throughout our city. It starts to get difficult, and that's where everything just starts to slide more into an estimate as opposed to a hard number count.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I guess this is also just my nerdy engineer brain that thinks like we have data, we have the potential to create a model over time. We should be using data to tune our models, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
I did find the number you asked about. The cost per incident is about $4,100 for the fire department.
Okay, for the fire department. Got it. Okay, thank you.
Pro Tem Stevens, you have something else?
Where did you get that from? Where is that's in your report?
Yes, if you look, it's table C5, and I don't have the pages that are going by your numbers, but it's
C5?
Table C-5.
Okay, I can find it by that. Give me a second.
Page 54.
Yep.
Okay.
So the number of incidents during the year that we evaluated was 6,753, and divide the total budget of $28,237,000 by that number of incidents, and the cost per incident is roughly $4,100 or $4,200 per incident.
Okay. Well, there's a pretty significant discrepancy, and I think it might be revolving around the well, they used a different year, but revolving around the term incident, because, so you have 4,182, and then the applicant, they came to a different number, and they used instead calls for service. And so they said, they used a different year. So this is on page 64 in the middle of the page, second to the last paragraph, and it reads, in the 17-18 Costa Mesa Fire Department responded to a total of 13,045 calls for service, and it had an annual budget of approximately $23 million, or approximately $1,765 per call. Do you see what I'm reading? So it is, when you say incidents, is that something other than calls for service? And you know, why is there a discrepancy there?
I don't know what data they used.
Do you know, what did you guys use when you used the term incidents? Because I'm familiar with calls for service.
So we were given a database from the fire department that had all the incidents that could be traced to a particular land use. So we could not only look at the total number of incidents, but incidents for single-family residential, multifamily residential, commercial, industrial, office, and look at not only the cost per incident, but the likelihood of a particular land use generating an incident over the course of a year.
Okay.
So I don't know what data that they were using, how that compares.
All right, it's all good. We're in the weeds anyway.
We really
It's okay. But I do have a quick question for you. It's somewhat rhetorical, but that's never stopped me before, for Mr. Inlos. So $511,000 that would go to the school district if they paid these property taxes. And we've established that that's reasonable, and no economic person from the city is disputing that number. But none of the EF students would go to school in the school district, correct? Rhetorical question, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And also, if a use like the Trinity Broadcasting Network went in there, that is a church, then that $511,000 would go down to zero, correct? Because churches don't pay property taxes, right?
Correct.
Good, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to open this item up for public comment. Oh, no, I'm going to have the applicant come up. Good evening.
Good evening. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, honorable commissioners, it's wonderful to be here with you tonight. Council members, sorry, it's been a long day. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to present and discuss the projected fiscal, economic, and community benefits associated with our proposed EF Education First International Language Campus project. I wanted to specifically thank staff for the many, many months, actually 18 months, of working with us, from the city manager to the director of economic development and planning to our city planners to the engineering and transportation department. There's been a lot of people who've put a lot of work into this project, and we greatly appreciate all of your time. I also want to acknowledge we have a number of our neighbors here tonight, or future neighbors here, and the community has also invested a great deal of time and energy into helping us make this the best possible project for the city and for the community. So thank you. Oh, this is not working. As just a quick matter of background, EF Education First is a global education company. Our mission is to open the world through education. We do this through English language learning, educational travel, cultural exchange, study abroad, traditional academic degree programs. We are very excited to put roots down in Costa Mesa and bring our global network of education programs here to this amazing city. The proposed EF International Language Campus at the 3150 Bear Street site will be a vibrant mini United Nations, if you will. We will have students from over 75 different countries congregating for typically 6 to 8 weeks at a time to learn English and immerse themselves in American culture. Our students are typically ages 18 through 26. It's very much like a gap year program. They're right out of high school before they go to college, or they're between college and grad school. Perhaps an employer is sponsoring them to promote further career development and allow them to learn English and move ahead in their studies or their careers. Our students expect that we have selected a location where they will not be driving. A lot of our students are younger than the typical international driver's license age. In a lot of countries, it's 21 or 25 before you get a driver's license. And they are expecting, based on our marketing materials and our websites and all of our guidelines, that we are finding them a walkable, bikeable, public transportation, connected campus. Many students choose to live on campus, and they expect the campus to have amenities for them. They want to be able to recreate, to study outside, or to hang out with friends that they've made from halfway around the world. after class. Some of our students choose to live with host families. Because our students are not permitted to drive or park, the host families need to be located within a 45-minute walking, biking, public transportation distance. You can imagine without very comprehensive public transportation today, that's quite challenging, and it was challenging for us. Because of that, we are incorporating a free shuttle bus into our campus, which will run several times in the morning, a few times at midday, several times in the afternoon, and the shuttle bus will go to different OCTA bus stops in the area, as well as back and forth to Newport Beach. We see this as the answer to the fear of Uber and Lyft being the easy way out for a student to not have to bike 45 minutes to the beach or walk 15 minutes to the camp or the lab. If they don't want to walk or bike, this would be a really easy, free way for them to get around. So tonight we're here to talk about our fiscal, financial, economic story, and the net positive we are confident will be created for the city of Costa Mesa because of this project. We've conducted a number of studies and analyses, not just here. I've provided a lot of backup information to the council for talking about our other schools and campuses. So everything we know comes from empirical, verifiable data from our other schools and from the fact that we have, thankfully, hundreds of thousands of students in our programs in the United States. And we have data that comes from anecdotal evidence of knowing who they are and how they behave, but also we've done surveys. We've been through a lot of pretty comprehensive permitting processes in other cities where folks just like this council have asked us the same questions, and we've had to verify the same information. So we tried to present that to you in your packets to make that digestible, looking at a few of the other campuses. We know that the fiscal study that we put together for city staff back in July was very conservative. And we did that purposefully because we knew that our use is very unique, our model is very unique, and we wanted it to be understood and accepted by the city, and we did not want to put forth something that was going to look like some outrageous big financial benefit and be a little questionable. So we were very conservative on purpose. We believe that the tax revenue cannot be overstated, the importance of it. This property has been a religious nonprofit use for 20, 25 years. We are bringing it back fully on the commercial tax rolls. And we do this as a matter of principle, despite being a school use with some nonprofit arms of our company. We pay full commercial property taxes as a matter of principle. And so that is a huge part of the revenues. However, a place that we were quite conservative is on student spending. Our students are coming here ready to spend their money, and they've saved up for a number of years to do that. They're excited to experience everything that the city has to offer, from the movies to the arts to going shopping to going out to dinner to going, all over the city and contributing in any way and getting their fill of American culture. And so we know from example at our San Diego campus, the Economic Development Commission there saw a huge economic projection, and based on conversations I've had, there's no question that our students have benefited the local economy tremendously. And so we see that the sales tax revenue in our report was very conservative. We also think that this will, we know based on empirical data that this will bring TOT tax revenue in. We have a lot of international visitors who will be here. This will be a hub for EF. The hotels that are in walking distance or shuttle distance to our campus will be widely used. We've probably already contributed a significant amount just in the past 18 months with the folks who've been coming in and out to work on the project. So that is also not to be understated. The job creation is also quite substantial. With construction jobs, we make every effort to hire union, to hire local subcontractors. This is going to be a big economic revenue generator for the construction industry in this local community. And it's going to go quickly, so it's going to be guaranteed jobs for the next year and a half. The permanent job creation will also be excellent. I have a number of resumes that have been sent in to us already from local community members who are excited to work at the school. And the host family piece, this is not a volunteer gig. They are paid. The students pay for the host family to support them. So that is a nice infusion of capital into the local economy. And I just want to point out a discrepancy in the process so that it's clear why we're here tonight and how it's a bit separated from all of these fiscal benefits that I've discussed. We put together a fiscal impact report in July of this past year, demonstrated the positive surplus, and we didn't see the city's report countering that, so to say, until about 6 weeks ago, right before we went ahead before the Planning Commission. The infrastructure agreement was set up separately as a way to commit funds to benefit the local pedestrian and bike active transportation infrastructure around the campus because we saw a need for it to support our project. But we put that agreement together with city staff without ever knowing that there was going to be some fiscal deficit reported. And that is an important point to make on the record because we believe that this is going to be a fiscal benefit to the city. Sorry. The reason why our expenditures are so low, our projected expenditures, is because we invest heavily in our own on-campus safety and security team. A lot of the data I provided the council with explains this. Our own San Diego-based head of campus safety is here tonight. We've put a lot of work. This has been I'd say an educational process for us, but we've put a lot of work into understanding how much do we invest in campus safety? Why are we so successful with controlling calls for service? We had the data, and now we understand why. And it's because our students follow strict community standard agreements. They are held to a very high standard. And if they get in trouble with local law enforcement, they are at risk of their visa being retracted and them being sent to back to their home country. So it's in their best interest to be a good citizen while they're here. Our on-site security team is trained as EMTs. They're typically former law enforcement. So we handle almost 99 to 99.5% or more of any quote-unquote incident that could happen, where without that resource, there probably would be a lot more calls for service. But we are liable for our students while they're here, and we don't want them to make a mistake and get in trouble and be at risk of getting sent home. So we put a lot of effort and work into that, and we feel like it's a part of their experience to understand the local laws, know where they can and cannot go at night, and why they can't be in public parks after a certain hour, and why they have to abide by the biking rules of the road. And we really educate them on all of this. It's part of the experience here. Our own fiscal consultant is also here this evening. Cosmont Companies, Will Sohort, spent a lot of time deconstructing the city's own budgets to come up with the numbers that we would use to project expenditures. I think that if there are specific questions that we want to dive into, I would like to defer to him on exactly what the discrepancies are. But I think the key discrepancies are on the police costs, as well as just the general administration and overhead. Our students, no offense, are not coming here to City Hall and asking for permits and doing things. They're here for a short period of time, and they're just going to be psyched to be in Costa Mesa, and they're not going to be causing any need for resources in that regard. So we thought that was quite high, and again, our expenditures were already very conservative as is, based on our own empirical data. Lastly, sorry, Dan. Lastly, we've spent a lot of time trying to prove to the city that we want to be a good corporate citizen here. And we are so excited, I can't overstate it enough, to put down roots in Costa Mesa. And so because of that, in addition to the infrastructure improvements that we are proposing to fund, we are also proposing a incredibly unique global education partnership called the EF Global Challenge, which would be a 10-year program that's available to all of the public high school students in Costa Mesa. So we talked about this earlier. The program works like this. We work with, hopefully in this case, the city's STEM coordinator, someone who can be a real good point of contact, to come up with a prompt each year that is locally relevant but globally important. And it's related to a STEAM topic. Past topics when we've done this program elsewhere have related to energy efficiency or food waste or water conservation or transportation innovation. And we put the prompt out there, and the students compete in teams to come up with the best idea to solve this issue. And what we usually do is say to the school, you decide how long you want to take. Usually a few months is a good amount of time. They run a competition. They work with the students to develop their projects. And then at the end, we have a judging sort of final event, and EF awards the winning team with full scholarships abroad to go to a destination that models that topic. So we brought students to Italy when we were talking about food waste. We brought them to Costa Rica to talk about carbon neutrality. We brought them to Iceland to highlight energy efficiency. And it's an incredible opportunity for the city to have this program. We only do it in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where our North American headquarters are located. So we're very excited to bring it here and offer it to the Costa Mesa high school students. We think that this will really solidify our relationship in the community and with the public schools, and we're excited to get started. So with that, I just want to thank you. Thanks, city staff. I can't thank the neighbors enough, the community members who've not only come here tonight, but who have been involved with this project for over 15 months. We have had dozens of meetings with at least 50 people at every meeting. We've brought neighbors down to our San Diego campus. We have a community hotline and a phone number that is very well used. We have had a really informative and nice time working with this community, and we've learned a lot, and we think the project has benefited and improved significantly from their feedback. And it takes a lot for people to take time out of their busy days to get involved in, land use projects for the good. And so we just really appreciate all the time that the community has invested in this project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have one question in the queue from Councilmember Mansour, and then I'm going to open this item up for public comment. Councilmember Mansour?
Ms. Marino, thank you for the presentation. Out of curiosity, what percentage of the students' host families are in Costa Mesa compared to other cities?
So we don't know yet.
Oh.
We are actually our incoming executive campus directors here tonight, Elenel Atencio, and she just moved here from Argentina. Her job for the next year and a half is to recruit host families.
Got it.
Before we went under agreement on the property, a few of us got on the OCTA buses and drove around and started to cobble together a map of neighborhoods that would be accessible. They're not all in Costa Mesa. There's a lot in Santa Ana, Fountain Valley. It's a odd shape target because of the routes, but we will be actively recruiting host families. I included the statistics for 5 of our other campuses on the number of host families because I thought that was quite interesting that we're talking about a maximum of 700 host families here, or students and host families. Unfortunately, we don't have the pleasure of that many host families anywhere. It's really difficult to recruit host families. So we hope we will recruit some in Costa Mesa. We don't know that yet, though.
Thank you.
The number.
Councilmember Reynolds?
So on the topic of host families, can you just talk briefly about the compensation and kind of what that means and that opportunity for Costa Mesa families?
Sure. So host families go through rigorous screening before they're selected. They have to be able to provide a separate bedroom that's private, that gets inspected by us before they're allowed to welcome the student. There's State Department requirements, and it's pretty rigorous in terms of meeting those standards. They are expected to provide 2 meals a day to the student, as well as obviously the room and board. And the range is between $120 to $150 a week that the host family is compensated per student.
Okay, great. And you would expect us, or you've already started recruiting potential
We've already
host
started
families.
recruiting. I don't think we have our first host family yet, so we're looking for volunteers. But it will be worth it. But we've started and we will continue.
Yeah. Okay. And then second question. So there was some confusion about on this Global Education Scholarship Program. Sounds fantastic. Whether that was intended to be available for only one high school in Costa Mesa or all high schools. You guys are totally fine supporting all any high school student in Costa Mesa. You just want to have someone help coordinate the project.
So what we're committing to doing is setting a prompt, giving it to someone or a group of people to take, and then at the end of the time frame that we all agree upon is a good amount of time, we will award the winning team, which is typically 3 to 5 students and 2 chaperones, with this sort of all expenses paid travel experience. That's all that that's the model in Cambridge. We expect it to take off here the way it did there. It's really up to the city and to the schools to make it what you want. So we don't care where the students go to school, but we can't be responsible for going to each and every one of the schools and trying to rally students to participate. And we really hold this up as this is a huge opportunity, and it's up to you students or you school to get engaged and work with us to participate.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you. ideally, there could be a student from each of the schools that is in Costa Mesa, all on the same team. That'd be kind of fun. Okay, let's open this item up for public comment. And if you'd like to speak to this item, please come to one of the two podiums. Do you have a question, Councilmember Mansour? Do you want to share with us? Is there something that we need to know?
I think the Councilmember Mansour is asking whether the high school students who live in Costa Mesa but maybe attend private high schools would be eligible.
I think she said public school. Can we do public comment and then we'll go back to that?
Before I
Mr.
start, I
Huffman.
have a quick question. There was another item about the appeal of their...
It got withdrawn.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know if it's good or bad, but anyway, I don't have to worry about it. Okay, so I think this school is a good addition to the city, and now that the property is going to provide some revenue, it's not a tax-exempt church property anymore. Many more improvements are needed on Bear Street for the benefit of the residents of the whole area, not just this new school. And recently rode my bike on Sunday on Bear Street, coming from South Coast Plaza area across the freeway and down Bear Street, and it really needs to be completely redesigned to be bicycle friendly. And the area should include, the improvements for bikeability and walkability should include Baker Street too, because these students are probably going to be accessing the camp and the lab and the new plant project. And I wouldn't expect the new school, the Education First, to provide all the funding for these improvements that need to be done. The city itself needs to include in its budget additional improvements for the area, more than what this particular project is going to provide. I went to the Planning Commission meeting on this, or listened to it anyway, and at the last minute there was an odd restriction about concerning electric scooters at this project, and I know that's not something up now, but it was very odd, how can you restrict one particular project having electric scooters? I know that they can be controversial, the shared ones, Lime and Bird and all those, but a lot of people privately own electric scooters, and probably maybe the school would like to provide them for their students to use, just like they would provide bicycles or electric bicycles or whatnot. So anyway, I just wanted to say that was odd. And, I'm a boomer. Maybe I can't ride a scooter, but I love the idea of them. All right, thanks, bye.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council again. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. One of the things that stands out about this project for me is that it's one of the few that has a huge amount of public input. That's been amazing to me. We have projects in the city all the time that pop up, not quite this big, but 177 housing units with no public outreach of any kind to it, even though it has major impacts on our community. These folks have been out front, have had a lot of conversations with the public, and have made changes relative to those comments in keeping what they've said they were going to do. They've shown to me, and as you all know, I'm fairly skeptical about most things, they've shown me that they have a true interest in becoming good citizens for Costa Mesa. And you've all heard me comment about people being good neighbors and being bad neighbors. And to me, being a good neighbor is the most important thing you can do in your community. These folks so far have demonstrated that, and I would heartily support you approving this contract to go along with exactly what they're trying to do. You've already had your conversations about the variances, but the reality is if you look at what they're suggesting and what you're going to get, you're looking at not just 15 years, but about 30 years, 25, 30 years of actual coverage. So keep in mind that you have a long time group that's going to try and make this city a better place. Now, I can't think of a better way to use that property than as a low impact, low traffic impact, and low activity impact. It's hard to get the idea out. Than what is proposed to go there. Certainly on a tax revenue basis, it's certainly a positive process. So once again, I'll let you know that I do support their process and support your approving this contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor Foley, council members, I represent myself and my family, my wife, my daughter. We are in support of this facility. We've been following along for 15 months, not 15 minutes, sorry. But we were really impressed, and like the gentleman before me said, that they did listen to our concerns, and they remodified some of their planning, which I do appreciate. We had the opportunity to go down to San Diego EF building, and they transformed the building. It used to be a hospital, and they spent the time to readjust it, reinforce it. I guess the hospital had to move out because it would cost too much to do that to that building. But the people there, I'd say the kids, but they were more into learning. They were in their classes. We didn't see anybody out in the hallways goofing off. They did have facilities for them to exercise, to blow off steam, to make friends, which I was really impressed with. I was also impressed how well some of the students articulate English. We had one young lady come in. She was from Japan, and she was fantastic. We asked her, how's it feel to learn English? She says, it was great, except I went back home and my uncle said I had an accent now. So I would recommend, I'm hoping that you will pass this, because the property will be utilized to its best potential. Plus, the city will get a tax out of it too. Before, it was tax-free because of the religious building it was used for. So I don't care what they say, you people are doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Well, I just have a few thoughts here. So foreign exchange students used to come from one country and they'd live with a family and they lived alone and they went to high school or something. That's how I think of this kind of thing. But the host families, how many of these students are going to be living in one house? Because I think that's going to impact the neighbors, and you know how I feel about sober living houses. Well, what if you have a bunch of foreign exchange students? We had one house on the east side that was Japanese exchange students, and there were some issues with that house. So I was just wondering how many of these students are going to be in each house. Plus, if you look on page 38, because you're talking about data, well, this just doesn't make sense to me, or I was a different kind of 18-year-old. It says there will be no alcoholic beverages purchased in the city and no tobacco products. Now, I don't know if any of you've traveled lately, but Chinese students smoke, Russian students smoke, Irish students smoke, Europeans, South America, young people smoke in other countries. So I think this data is really way off. And I think that okay, so they are going to check out the host family, but how many students are going to be in that house? And then we're going to have little white vans we know how that goes, picking up the students and shuffling them around Costa Mesa. I just think there's a lot more to think about. I think it's a great idea to have a school there and everything, but this whole host family, oh, they're not going to be using cars. I disagree.
Okay, we will close public comment. Just to, actually, before I do that, I want to go ahead and bring the applicant up again to be able to address those issues.
Thank you. With respect to host families, as I previously mentioned, each host family has to demonstrate that there is a private bedroom for the student. They also go through rigorous screening, on-site interviews with, on-site interviews, and we have, I would say, thousands of host families across the country based on the data you know, and we've never had more than 2 students in a host family. There's pretty strict controls in place with our own staff, and again, we are liable for the students' health and safety while they're here. With respect to alcohol and tobacco, our campus is a dry, drug-free campus. Students are discouraged from smoking, but we have a very remote area in the corner of near the 405 highway where students will be allowed to smoke. That's gone through a lot of input with the community and the surrounding neighbors, and there's no smoking allowed in the dorm buildings, and there's no smoking allowed inside any of the facilities, of course.
Great, thank you. And just to clarify for the public, the actual application for the development has already been approved. We're only voting on the contract. Okay, well, thank you. We're going to close public comment. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, second by Foley. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you want to speak to the motion? Well, I'm asking him if he wants to speak to the motion. Oh, did you? There you go.
All right. So my motion is to approve the infrastructure improvement agreement between the City of Costa Mesa and the EF Education First.
Second.
Okay, so I'm really kind of excited about this coming to the city for reasons I'll explain. You know, I think with respect to the economics, it's all great. The general fund issue is within the standard deviation, but bigger than that is the $500,000 net that goes to our school district, close to $40 million in construction jobs that go to are likely to go to union jobs and local jobs. The $80 million that's going to be pumped into the economy, the $3 million that's going to go to the host families. But beyond all that, that's just money, okay? And that's all good, but it's not all about money. So I was a foreign exchange student in 1984. I went to Copenhagen, not with EF, but I was inspired. I didn't know anything about traveling abroad. I had never traveled abroad. I grew up about 10 miles east of Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles, and going to downtown Los Angeles would have been like going to Paris for me. We just simply didn't do it. I had no background. And a sociology professor at Cal State LA, which is where I went for my freshman year, said, if you don't do anything in college, go and study in Europe. Even if you fail every class, you'll learn more that year than you will learn at any year in college. So I did. I didn't fail all my classes. I got really good grades when I was over there. I had a great time. I met my host family, and my host family is still really good friends, and they come now to Newport Beach and spend 2 months out of every year. They'll be here from February through beginning of February through April. Not only that, then when we got married, Amy and I got married, we were host families for many students, including an EF student who graduated from Estancia High School in 2006. His name's Lorenzo. His sister came and went to UC Irvine. We had an EF student from Morocco in our house as well, who is a doctor now, and he's still a good friend of the family. Everybody but me, it seems, has gone and stayed with Lorenzo's family in Europe. We have a great relationship with them through social media and so forth. But then it takes on another generation. So then my son, Tommy, spent a year in Germany. My daughter, Carolyn, spent a semester in France. And my daughter, Olivia, who's a freshman in college, just spent 10 days in Honduras working on a project. So that's my experience. So multiply that experience by all the people in Costa Mesa that are going to be exposed to the concept of studying abroad, making relationships with people from all over the world, the United Nations. And if we want to think about Costa Mesa as being a place where we're creating citizens of the world, citizens that will care about things like climate change, sustainability, some of the things that we talk about, and then to be building a community from the ground up through our students that are going to be responsible citizens of the world. This is a great opportunity to have this here. And you know what, if we didn't have our Measure Y, we may have a casino there or a hotel there, and we'd be making more TOT taxes, and we'd maybe be making more money. But you know, we don't have casinos, but we have a lot of hotels in the town. And we will be one of 4 cities in the state of California that has an EF campus. It's something to be very proud of. I'm really proud to make this motion. I hope I can get at least 2 more votes. And I hope that we're able to welcome this great company and this great facility into our city and make Costa Mesa better economically, but also culturally, and to make our community more educated and have better citizens of the world that are growing up here in our town.
Thank you. Beautiful. Yes, you can clap for that. I can't echo all of that because I don't have that life experience, but what I can echo is my excitement to be able to vote for this tonight. I do appreciate all the work and community engagement that you've done over the last 18 months. I know when you first sat with me in the mayor's office about 18 months ago, we talked about this, I thought, wow, this is interesting, never heard of anything like it, and I remember us talking a lot about you need to make sure you get the community support, and you took that to heart, and you went out and you had many, many meetings with the community, and you gathered the community support, and you pivoted and adjusted, and that is a great partnership. And so we appreciate your willingness to do all that hard work. Many of you don't know, but I think you even moved here from another state to do this project. So, so your whole life has changed in the last 18 months. But really appreciate all the work, and even down to, today, taking the time to meet with the person who appealed this and spending that time, investing that time to move the project forward is it's a really great example of how when we work together we can build great things. So I for all of the reasons that Mayor Pro Tem Stevens mentioned and more, I'm just thrilled to be able to second this motion. I also would like to point out that this motion or this project fulfills a couple of our goals and priorities. Goal number 2, to improve our neighborhoods and quality of life. 2G, invest in infrastructure improvements, including streets, sidewalks, bikeways, alleyways, storm drains, parkways, medians, and trees to ensure all areas of town, especially districts 4 and 5, although this doesn't apply to that, are raised to the same high standard for infrastructure. This includes updating our parkway median standards and exploring the possibility of becoming a Tree City USA. Goal number 3, keeping our cities sustainable, diversifying our revenue base. I mean, this project alone is going to increase the diversity of our revenue base just by the mere fact that it exists. And then not to mention all of the community benefits of having so many people coming in. And we talk about how the South Coast Metro area is a world-class destination. I think the whole city is becoming a world-class destination. It's a great place to live, it's a great place to work, it's a great place to play, and it's a great place for travelers from around the world to come. And you're going to create this inclusive environment that will really, I think, benefit, as Mayor Pro Tem Stevens mentioned, the whole city. And then goal number 5, improving mobility and parking. There's not going to be people coming in and out. I know I sat on the Planning Commission for many years when the prior occupant was there and had to work with the neighbors. Very, very difficult, all of the trouble that was happening there. I won't go into all that. The people that are in the room know what I'm talking about. But I'm just thrilled about this. I love that you came up with this extra little bonus, I'll call it, with the scholarship program and this activity that our community can rally around. And really, this could be something that, you know, the whole city can get excited about with this team and making up this competition and then going off to another country, and we can bring them back and they can present to the city council at the very least. So thank you for coming to Costa Mesa and choosing Costa Mesa. I have 4 other council members in the queue. Councilmember Mansour. Oh wait, before I go to you, one more thing. We need to, with the maker of the motion, change page handwritten 10 of the agreement, paragraph 2.1.5 to state benefit students in the Newport Mesa Unified Schools within the city of Costa Mesa. And the first sentence, and then the second sentence to state the same after program relationship with.
Yes, I will. And I also wanted to make the change that Councilmember Reynolds mentioned with respect to the more expansive definition of the vicinity of the project site.
Okay,
That's part of the motion as well.
Second concurs. Okay, Councilmember Mansour. Can you ask for the cue again? Thanks.
Yes, I like the project as well. Quick follow-up question, Ms. Marino. Was it your intent to have that project competition for the students available to all students, only public schools? Are we excluding private schools? What was your intent?
Thank you for the question. Our intent is typically to support the public schools, but like I said previously, we will come up with a prompt and we'll give it to the city and the school districts, and then we'll have a prize. So if there's a desire to incorporate or include other students who may not be in the public schools, we defer to the city on that.
Well, it sounds like the motion is going to exclude them, but my concern is there are a lot of kids that go to private schools and they're low income and they have scholarships to go to those schools, which is great for them. But to exclude them, I don't know why we want to do that. I would ask the maker of the motion to change it to include all students regardless. Why would we want to discriminate against any student for any reason? Why not let them all have the same opportunity?
It's not discrimination, it's a public project. Go ahead.
Well, I'm okay with that. I don't know about the second, but I'm okay with that. But the kids have to be Costa Mesa residents, right? Right. I'm actually okay with doing that because that would include, you know, kids that are homeschooled, kids that are, I guess, if you got, you know, 3 kids that go to Mater Dei, if a kid like Mayor Foley was saying, if you want kids from different schools, private schools, public schools, I mean, I think that's.
Can we differ? Can we ask from the city attorney, because my concern only is that this is a public benefit project. So is there, because the funds are being, the nexus is with the city and a public benefit, is it okay to include private schools to be able to participate? Because we'll be paying money to those.
Well, no, it's actually for the students
Right, but the chaperones also.
I don't know if are the chaperones from specific schools?
They're for the team that wins.
Right.
So typically, the way our educational tours model works is we recruit teachers in public and private schools across the country, and those teachers recruit the students to go abroad with them. The student-teacher relationship is really important, and it's usually a point of trust for parents. With the Global Challenge in Cambridge, the chaperones have always been faculty members, teachers within the Cambridge High School. On a few occasions, we've had the STEM coordinator from the city of Cambridge attend as a chaperone to get a sense of the service learning project they were doing or the leadership program they were doing abroad. But typically, it's a teacher. It's not a parent. It's a teacher.
But like if you were at Costa Mesa, had a team from Costa Mesa and you wanted to bring in a ringer from Rosary Catholic, right? And be on your team, and they live in Costa Mesa. I mean, what's the big deal?
So in Cambridge, we have there's one huge big public high school,
Right.
and there's one charter school. We run the competition at the big public high school. I think that we are open to however you want to run this. We will set the prompt. We will pay for the trip. And however you want to facilitate it, I think that we can discuss over the next, as we finalize the program with the school districts and all the right people involved. All I can say is that it is shockingly difficult to organize within a high school. And it requires a lot of assistance with the teachers and the faculty members to get students to do something outside of their typical classes. Also competing with extracurricular activities and after-school jobs. So there's a lot of opportunity with this program. I think it can become whatever the city wants it to be. And we have a lot of experience, so we can guide you through that.
Thank you. Ms. Barlow?
It sounds like the selection of the chaperones, it's almost a self-selection process for them to bring forward their teams. If the money isn't being paid, first of all, they're paying for it, but if the money isn't being paid to the schools, if it's being paid for individual students who are residents of Costa Mesa and the chaperones who are their teachers who put together teams, I don't see an issue with it.
Can we have it with the maker of the motion? Because I actually feel like it will cause our public schools to not be able to prevail, honestly. Because like you're saying, Mater Dei is going to have a much more, I mean, I know this from my kids participating in these contests. Our local public schools, they don't prevail as well if we don't have some kind of some guidelines that gives them the opportunity.
Oh, I'm not sure about that.
Well, it's.
I think that Councilmember Reynolds could probably have beaten anyone from Mater Dei that I ever came across.
Well, I'm not disrespecting Councilmember Reynolds, who's extremely smart, but there, all of the competitions that go on every single year right now with our schools teams, our kids are not as competitive as the Mater Dei. I mean, honestly, it's just on anything, sports, academics, So anyway, I would like there to be, if you're going to add that, could be open to any students, that it be with preference to our local public schools where applicable.
Oh, okay, I guess. That's fine with me to make that, if that's what, if you would second that. And then it's for discussion. I mean, if other people want to talk about this, we can. So I'll incorporate that in the motion. So it's others, the motion is other students are, that are not in the Newport Mesa School are eligible, but kind of when in doubt, the preference goes to the Newport Mesa. I'm not sure how we're going to deal with this, but I got a second, so let's talk about it.
Councilmember Mar.
Oh, geez, that's where I get to start, huh? Yeah, okay, I'll leave that for the end. Thank you so much to the residents who came out to talk about this. We really appreciate your input. I was able to go visit the San Diego site, and we received a letter that Ms. Marino provided that had sort of the accounting of a resident who originally opposed the project, and then after several years, seeing the benefit to the community overall, has really embraced it and is now an advocate ready to write letters on their behalf. And so it's helpful to see residents here who are already on board. And I also just want to compliment Ms. Marino on really setting the standard for community outreach. So everyone else who's a developer, potential developer in the city, like please follow your lead on how to do effective community outreach. I didn't get my driver's license until I was 21 because I went to an international high school, and then I was not allowed to have a car at the Naval Academy, and so that is totally a thing for people who are very concerned that they're going to go and like secretly rent cars and drive around the city. They're not going to do that, right? These kids, many of them will never have figured out how to drive a car until they're 21 or 22 years old. I can tell you this from personal experience. What else was I going to say? Oh, so you said public transportation is not very comprehensive, which is a very polite way of saying there's some pretty terrible public transportation in Orange County, which I fully agree with. And so one of the things that I'd like to see come from this collaboration with the city over time is working to make that better. And I think the fact that we'll have so many students located in one place is a pretty effective argument to OCTA, to the county at large, about the value of being able to get around by bus, by alternative transportation. And again, coming back to this question of data, I'm super excited to see what happens after a couple of years and being able to survey what students do and what bus lines they take and how often they go to the beach. There's going to be a lot of good information that comes out of this, and I think we can be smart as a city to leverage that for future projects and about the way we go about doing our business and what we advocate for. I feel like this would just be cleaner to leave it to the two public high schools just to within the city. Yeah, I mean, I'd just rather leave it at Estancia and Costa Mesa. I think that's like cleaner to manage. I'd love for our new sustainability manager, when they come on board any day now, to help manage that effort. I think we're lucky in that we have OCC and Vanguard. And one of the things I understand about this program is there is some collaboration with the universities that happen to be located in Cambridge. And so thinking about this as sort of a consortium approach. Let's start with the high schools. If we think it's great and we've got it figured out, we can open it up to other students in Costa Mesa. But let's just make this simple and clean for right now. Thank you.
Good. Well, that's a good way. I'll start with that. I hadn't thought about the public-private school piece. It was important to me that this be available to all schools that serve Costa Mesa residents. I want to make sure we don't forget Newport Harbor High School, even though it is across the border. They serve over 1,000 Costa Mesa students, and I've frequently gotten feedback that we often forget about the students who attend that high school. So since which high school you go to is based on where you live, if we don't include Newport Harbor, we're effectively not including a section of the city. So I like the idea for the purpose of this agreement, because I know Shauna, sorry, don't know your last name. You don't want to get in the details of this, but if we can just say, for the purpose of this agreement, the program is intended to serve to include high school students who are Costa Mesa residents, and then work out the details later. I like the idea of our energy and sustainability manager sort of developing both the prompt and proposal for that. I think that's a clean way to go. The scholarship program sounds fantastic. I love the idea of asking students, our high school students, to engage in real world problems. I think they have a lot of energy on that topic, or topics of sustainability and just problem solving for our communities in general. And what a neat experience for them to be a part of, regardless of whether they win. So thank you for suggesting that. I mentioned earlier, I do think the APT infrastructure in that area is still my biggest concern. If we're putting this many students on our streets on bikes and walking, we really need to pick up the infrastructure in that area and the pathways that students would be taking to get to the retail centers where we want them to spend a lot of money. In the monthly bike rides that we do, it was actually this stretch was the only area that we had actually cut out of a planned route, because when we did our test rides, I actually felt uncomfortable leading a biking group in this area. So we need to we need to really focus on improvements to make sure that it is safe for all of the students who are coming in to walk to those retail centers and to walk to school from their sites. And that investment will really benefit the neighborhoods around as well. Getting our current Costa Mesa residents to be able to walk safely to the camp, like that's a huge benefit that addresses parking issues at the camp that have come up frequently. So excited about having a large population coming in to really sort of push movement on ATP in this area. And then I just want to echo what we've already heard on the really proactive and sustained community engagement that you've done. We've heard some of the work you did on that, but I just want to acknowledge that I really appreciate you saying that engagement and the feedback that you got from the residents improved the project. So thank you again for also setting the standard. I'm excited for Costa Mesa to be a dot on your map, along with cities like Barcelona and Tokyo. I think it's an appropriate positioning for Costa Mesa.
Councilmember Guinness?
I would like to see this include any high school student in Costa Mesa, but I think we could, as you said, work it out. Yeah, who are Costa Mesa residents, because just within a block or two of my house, I know several families that homeschool, including one where the kids are high school age. Another family, a couple houses away, where they have their kids going to high school in Irvine. Another family that sends their kids to Edison. So those are both, that's a public high school, but it's not in Costa Mesa. So I know it could be really like a huge headache too, though. But I think we could iron it out. And I do like the idea, even though Bear Street is kind of hideous to try to bicycle over the freeway. But the idea of bicycling and taking public transportation really is, I think it helps really expose the person to the culture, maybe parts of the culture that you don't want to be exposed to on some of our public transportation. But I have found when traveling or even staying for an extended time in another country, when I rent a bicycle, I get on the bus, it broadens your experience. You really become a little more part of the fabric of the place, as opposed to just being shuttled around in your hermetically sealed two-passenger vehicle. So I like that they're using alternate transportation. And the one thing I do have to say that has nothing to do with this project, but if we're going to be assigned housing numbers on the basis that we have these high-quality transit areas, the least they can do is provide us some high-quality transit to go with it.
Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two parts of my comments, but I'll go in the first part. I love this project. Quite frankly, to me, when I first heard about it, it's always great to be advocating for education in Costa Mesa. It's always great to be adding revenue streams to Costa Mesa. I think, to me, those two things just make sense. It further adds to our goal of being a hub for worldwide destinations. I mean, apart from the plaza, we now have this EF building that's going to attract students from all over the world and make positive memories in Costa Mesa. And hopefully when they're older, they might come back and visit with their children. Who knows? I think it's great. I'm going to make a quick plug for our public schools. Arliss mentioned earlier, and I will mention this quick tidbit. When I walked through the high schools of Estancia High School, Arliss' name was on the wall because she was valedictorian. There are not many kids at our high school who are valedictorians, usually one or two per grade level. I think I'm an adequate student. I never came close to that level of greatness academically. And I think it's really important for us as council members to be looking at this potential partnership that will benefit our public schools. I let a peers when I played volleyball who live in Costa Mesa, whose parents come to other school districts. they thought that our high school was so bad for their student that they went to other schools. And, you know, who am I to judge what a parent wants to do with their children's education? At the end of the day, it's a very personal conversation to have. But I think as a part of our public school education, as someone who did come up from Smith High School, I think it's important for us to be doing our best we can to give our students an opportunity, a chance to get these extra experiences they would normally have. So for that reason, and for for the applicant to have more consistency and ease of management, maybe we should be focusing on making this for only students who are Newport Mesa Unified School District in Costa Mesa. It's about making it simple for the applicant, because as I'm hearing from them saying, it is kind of a hard process, right? I was in high school, God, what, 8 years ago? Trust me. It took a long time for me to do things that were not required for me for A through G's to go to UC school. You know, we had a program in my high school called, it was an exchange program we had with Australia. There was 8 spots. 8 kids applied. It takes time to do these things, and I think if we really want to promote our students and our local schools, we should make it simple for the applicant by making it only in our district. And we should give students a chance who will not have the opportunities to even go to public school because they can't afford it, the chance to go to study abroad. Thank you.
Councilmember Mansour?
So I was set to support this, but I have a hard time excluding any children from this program, this competition. It sounded to me like the Mayor Pro Tem was willing to include all kids from Costa Mesa, regardless of what school they go to. I think it's heartless for the mayor to want to exclude any child from this. It's not inclusive of all kids. You're going to exclude homeschoolers. You're going to exclude. Okay, the motion that was made, and all this that we're going to work it out. Hey, the motion that was made was, okay, we're going to give a preference to one child over another, as opposed to making it the same for everyone. So low-income kids that happen to be going to a private school because they happen to get a scholarship, they're going to be excluded from this, or not have as much of a likelihood of getting in. I think that's wrong, and I can't support that. I think the motion should be to include all kids from Costa Mesa.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, so here's my concern. I'll give you a scenario, and this is a likely scenario if you just opened up to all kids who go to whatever schools but happen to live in Costa Mesa. 5 Corona Del Mar high school students who live in Costa Mesa get 2 Corona Del Mar teachers to sponsor a team, and they have a lot more resources from their parents to be able to invest into this type of competition. And that fact alone will propel that Corona Del Mar team in all likelihood. And this is not, I'm a huge advocate of our Costa Mesa schools. You know, my kids went all the way up through Sonora to Costa Mesa High School. And I invested a lot of time and money in trying to help elevate our kids' status in terms of access to resources and opportunities that they didn't have because they didn't have the money and the resources to invest in the way that these other schools do. That's my biggest concern. Homeschools actually are part of the public school system because they have to participate in the Orange County Department of Ed. So homeschool students would not be excluded because they're already all part of the public school system. I am talking about creating a disadvantage for our local Costa Mesa High School students, that the way that it's worded. I'm open to wording it, but I just want to give priority to our local Costa Mesa High School. And when I say that, I mean city of Costa Mesa. Estancia High School, Newport Harbor High School, Early College High School, and Costa Mesa High School. To me, that's the spirit of the bargain and the offer. And to create an embedded disadvantage because, you know, 2 teachers from Mater Dei with 5 Mater Dei students and 2 teachers from Corona Del Mar with 5 Corona Del Mar students, I'm sorry, but that's an advantage. Those teams will have an unfair advantage over our Costa Mesa High School, Costa Mesa kids, let's call it. just purely by access to resources. So that's my concern. I don't know how you want to fix it, but that's my concern. I'm going to vote for whatever you come up with because I love this project. I think this is a great project, and I'm so sorry that we are having this conversation right now. Who knew this is what was going to happen? So had I anticipated that we would be worrying about this, I would have worked this out in advance. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yes, my mic is hot. Yeah, I know. I hear what you're saying, and I'm kind of sad too, in a sense that I wanted this to be a big celebration, and I made the big speech. I made the big speech, and now we're mired into this issue of who gets to be in the contest. And I am. I definitely hear what you're saying. I appreciate both of your points, and you're making them definitely very skillfully and in good faith. But, from my perspective, I mean, I have a little bit of experience with this, and as much as I have 4 children that I've raised, they've all gone through high school, and they've all lived in Costa Mesa, and none of them went to school in Newport Mesa High School. 3 of them went to Mater Dei, and 1 of them went to Edison. However, they all had really good friends that went to Costa Mesa High School and Estancia. And I don't know, if you look at my kids, I doubt that 3 of them could win this project. 1 of them probably would have a pretty good chance. My daughter Carolyn, and tomorrow's her birthday, by the way. She went to Mater Dei. But I'll tell you what, that she would have, and she went to UCLA, she would have a good chance because she's super smart and she's dedicated, and she would have had a good chance whether she went to Estancia, Costa Mesa, Newport Harbor, Corona Del Mar, Mater Dei, Rosary, or she was homeschooled. So I think to have like this low expectation of our students
I'm going to interrupt you right now
Anyway.
because that's not what I'm saying. I'm not. Are you kidding me? I love our Costa Mesa kids. I think that they actually are smarter than they're ever given credit for being. And what I'm talking about is the resources that get invested into these other programs. I mean, we have had this happening in our public schools for decades. We don't have the resources that the other schools have, so the other schools are at a more competitive advantage. It's a fact.
At the highest level, though, at the AP level, I think you'd be surprised at how equal they are. But anyway, go ahead.
May I please?
We have 2 AP students. I disagree with you.
And I think they do well in the contest, too.
No.
So first of all, I just want to thank all of you as an education company. We're grateful for your passion for global education opportunities, and we know that this is important. Perhaps we could amend the language to say that the scholarship program is open to all Costa Mesa high school students as determined by the city council. Lowercase high school. Yeah. And then as we sit down with a group of people to figure out how they want to organize this competition, we can figure out the mechanisms that would work best for the city and the community.
I think that's fair. I mean,
That's fine.
I'm good with that.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
That's the motion.
Okay.
Repeat that, please, and clarify.
All Costa Mesa students who attend high school.
Yeah, there we go. Not Costa Mesa High School students.
Students
yes.
who attend high school as determined
in Costa Mesa
as determined by the city council. And I think we all agree that the new sustainability and energy manager can take the lead on developing a program in conjunction with EF, and hopefully, yeah. Okay. Do we need to have any further discussion, or can we call for the question?
Oh, wait. Again, I just want to make sure that it's all students who attend high school in Costa Mesa.
No.
Okay. Students, yeah.
Councilmember Reynolds, did you have anything else to add? Or are we good? Okay.
I sort of my gut kind of mirrored the mayor's, and I just want to share maybe a different articulation of it, since Councilmember Chavez talked about how I was an aged veteran student when he was in high school. Just want to address that. You know, when you go to high school in some of our Costa Mesa schools, you do get a lot of sort of nudges and pressure to go to a better school, right? And there's reasons for that. People, you know, there's more money in another location. I was lucky to have two high school teachers as parents. So we had long conversations about why we should stay at Estancia, and I'm so glad I did. But I think one of the reasons I like the idea of public schools, and that's not going to be part of the motion, is that this creates another sort of carrot for students to stay in their home district. And there's so much value in students going to school with the students in their neighborhood. And so it just adds value to Costa Mesa schools. So I just wanted to add that in. Thanks.
Councilmember Guinness?
Follow on, I just wanted to put in a plug for our public schools. If you go to the scholarship breakfast at Newport Mesa, these kids are doing great things. They're going to University of California, they're going to Ivy League schools. And just in this room, we have an Estancia graduate who went to UCI, an Estancia graduate who went to MIT, an Estancia graduate who went to Stanford. So don't sell our public schools short. If you follow the academic decathlons, they're usually public schools that win. When you follow the county-wide math competitions, it's usually some public school in Fullerton that wins. The chemistry competitions, usually a public school. So don't sell our public schools short. We have some great teachers and we have great kids with a lot of potential, and I think they could more than hold their own. Thank you.
Councilmember Mansour.
So the as determined by the council language gives me pause. No offense, to me that's something that an attorney would put in to give wiggle room. It's clear to me that my concern is with the direction that this council majority has expressed that they want to go in, to give preference to one student over another when it really should be open to all equally. I think Councilmember Guinness elaborated quite clearly. Many public school students do very well in advanced courses and so forth, and to limit or to exclude in any way or give preference in any way is just wrong. And I can't support it.
Thank you. And, all I was trying to do was provide opportunities for our local students who have fewer opportunities than students who attend higher income earning schools and private schools. So, and let me be very clear, there is absolutely zero low expectation by me about our students. I have given 20 years of my life to advance our public school teachers and students. I am married to a public school teacher. I have 2 students who went all the way up through the public schools. I've been a PTA president, a booster president of 3 booster groups, a foundation president of the high school foundation, and I think I know a little bit about the resource disadvantage that our Costa Mesa schools have over schools like Corona del Mar, like Mater Dei. It's a resource issue. It's not an intellect issue. So let me be really clear. Well, that's the impression. So, okay. Just let it go. Just let it go. Okay, call for the question. I know, it's just not.
I'm sorry.
There we go.
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Mansour.
We're going to
voting
take
no.
a break. Thanks.
consistent with state law requirements by amending portions of Title 13 of the Municipal Code. Presentation by Mr. Curtis, Economic and Development Services Director.
Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. With me this evening is Scott Porter, Deputy City Attorney. Do a quick background on why we're here this evening. The City of Costa Mesa has existing standards for accessory dwelling units. They're found in Code Section 13-35. Those were last amended back in January 2018 in response to legislative changes made by the state at that time. The existing local standards include things such as limiting zones where ADUs are permitted, establishing a minimum lot size for accessory dwelling units, requiring that one of the units be owner occupied, setting forth parking standards for accessory dwelling units, and setting up maximum sizes for accessory dwelling units within the city. Recent housing legislation was adopted, as the council knows, back in October of this year. The state adopted a number of bills. The two primary bills that had to do with accessory dwelling units were AB 1881 and AB 68. Those both take effect on January 1st of next year. Just a quick overview of each of those and how they relate to accessory dwelling units. AB 68 sets up a requirement to allow junior ADUs. It sets forth a maximum size and requires that they be located within a single-family dwelling. The city is allowed to have owner occupancy requirements for these, as we've had in the past. And some other couple minor things that go along with this is in the ordinances before you, the front door of an accessory dwelling unit, a junior accessory dwelling unit, can be located on the same side of the house as the main entrance, which was different for accessory dwelling units. And application fees would be paid in conjunction with building permit fees. Regarding AB 881, accessory dwelling units in this case, under this legislation, are allowed in all residential zones, as well as some mixed-use zones. The bill included a fast-track approval process. It takes away our ability to allow or require minimum lot sizes. It allows ADUs to be within an existing or proposed primary dwelling, and it sets forth the maximum setback that we can require for accessory dwelling units of 4 feet on the side and at the rear. And if it's a conversion of an existing accessory structure or garage, it can actually be less than that. One of the things that's in the ordinance this evening is to prevent conversions that would yield living quarters at a 0 setback. The ordinance is requiring that accessory structures be at least 4 feet from the property line. One point I want to make at the beginning of this is, and we say this in the staff report, the draft ordinance is tightly constrained as the city can be under the proposed, I shouldn't say the proposed, under the adopted legislation. The intent of that is that because these take effect on January 1st, if the city doesn't have revisions made in keeping with those changes by January 1st, the city loses its ability to regulate ADUs. Our intent here is to constrain this as tightly as possible given the recent legislation until such time as we bring back through the normal process, through the Planning Commission and the City Council, new standards proposed for accessory dwelling units. We propose to do that in the first quarter of next year. So really this is just to hold those abilities for the City Council until the City Council can decide which of those it wishes to keep. Further, for AB 881, the city must now allow a garage conversion, and it can no longer require replacement parking when a garage is converted. We can no longer require owner occupancy for ADUs up through January 1st of 2025. Studio and 1-bedroom accessory dwelling units must be allowed to be at least 850 square feet. And for more bedrooms, two or more bedroom accessory dwelling units, they can be 1,000 square feet or larger, 1,000 square feet. Denials are expressly limited to findings regarding water supply, sewer supply, traffic flow, and public safety. There are 4 types of ADUs under this legislation that the city must approve. Those are accessory dwelling unit that's proposed within a proposed or existing single-family dwelling if it meets certain conditions. Detached accessory dwelling units are allowed as long as they're less than 800 square feet in area, less than 16 feet in height, and set back at least 4 feet from the side and rear property lines. Another thing that goes along with that is that the junior accessory dwelling units are now permitted in conjunction with the main residence. When you have a detached accessory dwelling unit, you could potentially have 2. Accessory dwelling units inside a multifamily dwelling are permitted now, which previously it was only in conjunction with single-family residences. And as long as it's in areas that are not used habitable spaces, like storage rooms, attics, basements, things like that. I would indicate that if a conversion of some of those types of uses or types of spaces occurred, they would still need to meet minimum building code standards for habitable space. When it's regarding multifamily dwellings, the number of accessory dwelling units actually can be more than 1. It's actually 25% of the total number of units in the multifamily development, with a minimum of at least 1. And finally, the other type of accessory dwelling unit that must be approved under the legislation is 2 detached accessory dwelling units are allowed on a lot with multifamily dwellings. Each one needs to be less than 16 feet in height and set back at least 4 feet from the property lines. Because there's no minimum size called out, staff is recommending an 800 square foot maximum in this type of case where you have multiple detached on the same property. There's a couple other bills that also affected, predominantly were housing bills, but also affected accessory dwelling units. SB 13 required that the city provide notice to owners of accessory dwelling units that have building code violations and allows them to seek a deferral for up to 5 years on enforcement. That's in place through 2030. Assembly Bill 670 basically said that developments that are subject to CC&Rs can no longer preclude accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. So all of that leads us to why we're here this evening. Staff in the city attorney's office have prepared a proposed urgency ordinance that would basically keep our foot in the door when the new standards take place and allow us time to come back through the Planning Commission, City Council with full hearings on standards. If the city, as I said, doesn't have a compliant ADU ordinance, the state is asserting that any applications submitted must be processed under the state law requirements without any local input. And I talked about the last bullet earlier, but the intent here is just to maintain the city's authority under state law to the maximum extent possible to allow us time to go through the normal Planning Commission and City Council processes to consider permanent amendments to the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councilmember Mansour.
Thank you. Mr. Curtis, I just want to make sure I understand this, and I know you mentioned it in your PowerPoint, top of page 3. The city must allow conversion of garages and no replacement parking can be required for a garage that is removed as part of creating an ADU. So all garages, not just Costa Mesa, anywhere in the state can now become a accessory dwelling unit, correct? And we can't do anything about the parking.
So the state law says that accessory, if it's if it's an accessory structure, then we must allow the conversion. And then the state defines accessory structure as essentially meaning all structures that are accessory to the main dwelling. So that's decidedly unhelpful. Most people have determined that that includes garages. This ordinance is drafted consistent with that general interpretation.
Right, but in plain English, garages can now be converted to
Correct.
residential units, and we don't, this is going to, I mean, we thought parking was bad, especially on the west side. This is just going to kill it. I mean, okay, just want to make sure I understand that. Thank you. The wisdom of those in control in Sacramento. Thank you.
Councilmember Marr.
Sorry, detached garages, right? Accessory to the unit. I mean, we're not talking about a single-family home with a garage downstairs. We are?
We are talking, as drafted, this would apply to all garages across the board.
Yes.
How is that considered? Okay, I'll come back to that. And so I was interested in the 30-day.
So, you're right. The question is, what is an accessory structure?
Right. I guess I shouldn't have made the assumption that an accessory structure implied it was a different structure from the non-accessory.
So if we want to, we can talk about that, certainly. And, but as drafted, it applies to all garages currently.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I was interested in the 30 days requirement. So the goal being that the ADUs are rented out or used for more than 30 days. I'm looking for the language here. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
The question is about short-term rentals. Is that the
I'm sorry,
idea?
I'm trying to pull up the ordinance language quickly. This is the only disadvantage to being all electronic up here.
So,
All right, go ahead.
There is a rule in the ordinance consistent with state law that says that if, that short-term rentals, in other words, 30 days and less, are prohibited for accessory dwelling units. Essentially, the idea is this is going to be housing stock rather than VRBO, Airbnb stock.
It's handwritten, page 13, paragraph 5.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, so the junior accessory dwelling unit should not be rented for periods of less than 30 days. Does that also apply to the non-junior, the regular ADU?
There are different and potentially inconsistent rules relating to ADUs versus JADUs. ADUs, the rule is we must allow that to be housing stock, which is not the case for junior ADUs, which have to be within the existing house, the existing structure. So if we think of that as an extension of the house, we must require that the owner live in the same structure as the junior accessory dwelling unit.
Does that answer your question?
I don't know if that explains it. So a prototypical example is you could have a single family dwelling with 3 units. You have the detached garage, which is the accessory dwelling unit. That is housing stock. That cannot be short-term rentals VRBO. Okay, we can't allow that. Furthermore, we must require for the attached house that the owner actually live on site for the attached house, because grandma lives in the attached dwelling unit, in the junior accessory dwelling unit. As a matter of fact, that can have shared bathroom facilities because that's where grandma lives. She's kind of part of our house. But it's not legally required that they're family members, but I think that's the idea.
So I guess I was confused by the fact that we specifically call that short-term rentals for junior accessory dwelling units, but we didn't call it out for ADUs. And so I guess the difference is the assumption is just that ADUs are pure housing stock, whereas we felt we needed to call it out. The confusion that I have about that is that we don't really have a short-term rental policy, period. So by having a paragraph start short-term rentals, sort of suggests that we do. And then, so if we didn't have line 5 in there on handwritten 13, would the default assumption be that that is also housing stock and not potentially 45-day rentals? Do you understand what I'm saying?
So state law requires that we prohibit them for short-term rentals.
Okay. So that's why we prohibited it for short-term rentals.
Correct.
Yeah.
Got it.
Madam Mayor, also, if I could clarify, on page handwritten 12, we also provide that there will not be short-term rental of accessory dwelling units
and bullet 2.
there, as well as the JADUs.
Okay. All right. I've got some things I'll address in my comments later. Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Okay, I'm going to try to stay bigger picture here for first. I've got a lot of notes. So to understand, this is what you started your presentation with. This is an urgency ordinance intended to basically give us time to work through some of the details of how we might use ADUs as an opportunity to support more housing, or to decide what we want to do within the new state rules. Is that correct? Can you describe what that process is? You said we would then need to go through the normal council and city processing. what is that the standard approach?
Sure. We would come back to, we would start out with the Planning Commission and bring code amendment through the Planning Commission. And then once the Planning Commission made a recommendation, City Council would bring it to City Council as an ordinance, and City Council would have its normal 2 hearings on that ordinance.
So already sort of baked into the process to get to a final permanent ordinance, I guess permanent until it changes again, would be more at least 2 public hearing processes. We could potentially add in a workshop or something to talk about different ADU options to understand impacts a little bit better, what all these different sort of levers here might, how they might benefit or negatively impact a neighborhood.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Okay. So I'm asking that to sort of release myself from wanting to ask the 100 questions that I've listed here. It's a lot to get my head around in just a few days. Bigger picture too, does adding ADUs count as points towards our RENA numbers?
It appears that to some extent they will be able to be counted. People are still working with HCD to determine how that's going to be done. Certainly when they get developed and we take there's 2 issues with units. One is we have to develop a housing element that shows we have adequate sites to meet all of the units in our arena. That will probably be much more restricted by the state, because they're going to feel that they don't want cities to say, oh, well, we're going to have 30,000, or in our case, we're going to have 15,500 ADUs, so therefore we're going to meet all our dwelling units. We don't do anything.
Like, we can't assume that we build out in every possible location for an ADU, right?
Exactly. So they're going to look at historic numbers. I'm sure they will inflate those based on the new standards and the fact that that's going to encourage more people to build ADUs. Once they actually get added, it is pretty clear that as far as meeting our RENA as we move forward and do the record keeping throughout the period, that they will be counted. And then whether or not they can be counted as affordable, there's still discussions going on with HCD.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But likely ADUs will be able to serve some probably tiny chunk of our RENA responsibility.
That's our intent, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Maybe just one specific question. So this is related to public transit. I'm sorry, I lost the page. Okay, handwritten page 9 at the bottom, under parking. We say no parking space shall be required, and assuming this is state law, so so 5B, no parking space shall be required for an accessory dwelling unit if it's located within 1/2 mile walking distance of public transit. 5, further down the list, we say where there is a car share vehicle located within 1 block of the accessory dwelling unit. So I was just curious why 1/2 mile walk for public transit and 1 block for a car share. Should those be consistent?
The answer is state law. So this is directly from state law, and that's why it's in our code that way.
That's interesting. Okay. I don't think we have car shares in the city right now.
Most cities do not.
But, right, okay. So something I think to look at. I think those are all my questions. Thank you for addressing.
If I may return to a question that Councilmember Marr asked, I spoke imprecisely. I re-looked at our proposed ordinance, and the way the ordinance is drafted, it states that we do allow conversions of accessory structures, and it expressly states as that term is defined in Government Code Section 65852.2. So if accessory structure does not include detached garages, then we're not requiring that. So our ordinance is basically saying whatever state law is, that's what we're doing. It doesn't say clearly whether a detached garage is an attached garage, excuse me, is an accessory structure. So that would be open to staff's interpretation, and ultimately we could have direction from the City Council how we wish to interpret that.
Councilmember Guinness?
Can we, I didn't see it in here, but maybe it is, can we prohibit group homes in these?
Well, there.
Because I'd sure like to if we can.
Well, I don't see, I mean, actually, maybe the city attorney would know more about this, but these particular rules relate to a single family living within a structure, and I don't know our exact rules for how these operate, but these these are separate dwelling units. So
Well, yeah.
if it's a family, then they can live there.
Because at 800 square feet, some of the apartments that are being used for that purpose are 800 square feet or smaller, so.
Our group home ordinances focus on the number of people in individual units. We would have to look at the interrelationship between that code and this. The detached units that would be allowed under the ADU would be considered separate from the main dwelling for a group home. So in a single-family neighborhood, that would be two different buildings and probably would not be allowed under our code as it currently exists.
Although
But we'll have to look at the interrelationship between the two.
the term single-family neighborhood may no longer be applicable, since we're basically turning every single-family home into a potential triplex. Because the reason I ask this is in Malibu, they've had issues with cabanas and maids' quarters, and even where there's a very large home with multiple entrances, they make up separate addresses for them, and they count them as separate units, so they're all 6 or under, even though it's really one home with 30 people. So I could see this really getting out of hand. And I actually have some comments about Sacramento, but I will hold them till later. However, I would like to suggest that when we get these crazy things from Sacramento, in addition to just the number of the bill, I would like to see the sponsor of the bill on here and everybody who voted for the bill. But anyway, thank you.
Okay, we're going to open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this item? You can go to either podium. You have 3 minutes. Good evening.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Jose Trinidad Castaneda, and I've been working on ADUs for 2 years now. And so when I read the emergency ordinance, I was, just pleased. I commend the staff for a very straightforward ordinance that follows state law very clearly. I just have 1 or 2 suggestions that are purely based on the reality of how you build an ADU or JADU. So in Section G, you have an owner occupancy requirement for the junior ADU, and state law says that there is no occupancy requirement for just a senior or just regular ADU. And so there's an inconsistency there because the junior ADUs are really less than 500 square feet. And if you have a property where a family lives there and they're hoping to convert a garage or build an attached 500 square or 499 square foot junior ADU to stay within those ordinance limits, you are essentially forcing property owners to stay in their home, and you're telling property owners that use homes as a rental income property that they should not invest in building an additional unit. So there's a market signal that's created when you eliminate the owner occupancy requirement for a junior ADU. And so that's essentially what you would want to lead on, because if you are going to achieve your RENA allocation numbers, then those junior ADUs should qualify under your housing element guidelines and under the RENA guidelines. So my suggestion is, yes, definitely move forward and approve this, their staff recommendation. It's very commendable for anyone who looks at ADUs. And also, if you're willing, remove the owner occupancy requirement for the junior ADU in Section G. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Oh dear, I think we're getting into another boondoggle. First of all, okay, so the person stays for less than 31 days, then it's, how is that going to work with Airbnb? And you know that's going to get abused. And then I think back to Mr. Rickheimer's small lot ordinance, where they took those nice 6,000 square foot lots on the east side and chopped them in half. So now there's 2 houses. Each lot is 3,000 square feet, and now each of those houses can have three units in it. How is this going to work? And isn't that sad that they wrecked all that housing on the east side? Because this is going to be a mess. Yes, we need more housing, but I think the city really needs to look at how this is going to get misused. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close public comment. Council?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I apologize. At the end of my presentation, I meant to indicate that we'd also received one comment letter that's in your red folders. And in response to that and kind of making some technical change clarifications, there is a red line strikeout version of the ordinance that the city attorney's office has prepared with further recommended changes to the ordinance.
That was in our red folders.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you just walk us through what the recommended changes are real quick so the public can know?
Sure. These are truly very technical revisions. So the first revision is roughly halfway through. Instead of, so now it would.
Section, what section?
I'm sorry, I don't have this. So I guess it's subsection 6 of I believe, is it C? Is there B?
D.
D, all right, D6. And then subsection C, it would now state that for accessory dwelling units approved on or after January 1st, 2025, the accessory dwelling unit would need to meet the owner occupancy requirements. That's because state law, as it will go into effect in 2025, that is when we can start requiring owner occupancy. At that point, we cannot do it for applications, for those applications from now until 2025. So that's the first technical revision. The second is within E1A. This is entirely to clarify a potential interpretation which would arguably have not allowed ADUs if you were also, you wouldn't have allowed a JADU if you were allowing an ADU on site. That was clearly not the intent. I don't think that's the correct interpretation of what was drafted previously, but this resolves any doubt.
Okay. Are those the only 2 changes?
And then the final revision is a related revision. It's related to the prior revision, just to make everything work together.
Okay.
And to, if I may respond to the public commenters' requests and suggestions, although he makes fine points as far as what would make sense, unfortunately, that is not what state law requires. Thus, we have drafted the ordinance consistent with state law.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez?
Where to begin on this ordinance? So obviously I motioned to approve the item. That's why I made the motion. And I also got it in 2 parts. One is a 24-year-old and one is as a council member. Hold
on. I'm going to take the second first.
Oh, my bad.
Councilmember Mar, you second his motion? Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Chavez?
My bad. See, I'm really getting hyped up about this this ordinance. As a young person, this is great. We need housing. We need affordable housing. This helps move us towards that direction. It is a top-down approach, which isn't always the best approach sometimes, coming from the state, but it's still a approach nonetheless. And now I'll speak as a council member. I am very proud of our city and our staff for this ordinance. We have literally taken everything we can to shape it going forward, and instill protecting our residents as best as we can. I take great pleasure in this because we are showing that we are serious about our housing numbers with RENA. As we know, the state has given cities a really big number to hit in every single facet of it, and we have to be showing that, yes, we have some big numbers, but we're going to do our best to hit these numbers. Because when the time comes and Governor Gavin Newsom starts seeing who to target and who to sue, we want to be showing that as a city of Costa Mesa, we are doing our part as best as we can. In terms of resident safety, this ordinance does allow us the most control possible under state law. So for those 2 reasons, I think it's a great ordinance, and thank you, staff, for drafting it.
Councilmember Reynolds? I'm sorry, Councilmember Mar, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, quickly. So, I mean, it's an urgency ordinance. We've got to get it done by the end of the year. I do think that, to Councilmember Chavez's point, when and if we do want to count these units as towards our RENA number and or to count them as low-income units in particular, I know there are cities that have struggled with that. I think Encinitas comes to mind in particular about sort of justifying the rent rolls to prove that it's low income. There's a whole process, and it's been sort of a pain for them. One of the things that I've seen cities do that I think is innovative and interesting, and I think the last time I said this to Mr. Curtis, he made a face, so I don't know how you feel about it, but there are cities that have also developed sort of stock plans for this is like the 500 square foot thing that could get dropped in your backyard, and it's meets code and it's straightforward and it streamlines our permitting and processes on the city side. So I'd like to look into that for a future ordinance. I would like to understand better what California state law considers an accessory structure, because clearly I don't understand that, and I'm not sure that it's super clear at the current moment. And then last but not least, we do need to. I'm growing increasingly concerned about short-term rentals in general in the city, and so that I sort of flagged those words when I was reading our ordinance. I think we need to sort of regulate them, professionalize them, be able to track them from a city's perspective. There are cities that have imposed annual fees, and that more than makes up for their ability and the costs associated with tracking and professionalizing them. And so whether we do it in conjunction with a new ADU ordinance coming back to us or whether we do it as a separate short-term rental ordinance, I think we need to address that sooner rather than later, especially if we're going to potentially have folks living in backyards for 31 days. And then last but not least, I lived in a family's 500 square foot attic when I was stationed in upstate New York because I didn't have very much stuff and I was 24 and it made sense for me. And so, I think that this has the potential to fill a needed gap in the housing market, specifically, folks who are young and can live in a studio or grandmas who need to live within a backyard's distance of a family. So there's all kinds of, we talk about housing like it's some sort of like homogenous answer, but there's lots of niches within the market that I think we have an opportunity to fill. It's just about how we do it in a way that we can regulate it and make sure that we're not imposing a burden on neighbors and the remainder of the city. Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Thank you. So thank you, Councilmember Mar, for sort of pointing out a lot of the positive opportunities that ADUs can create. Again, I understand the intent of the urgency ordinance is just to give ourselves some time, but I would really like us to look into what are those niches, as Councilmember Mar described, where we can really add value to our communities. Some of the scenarios, I think there are scenarios where we do have overcrowded homes, and an ADU can actually just sort of alleviate some of that crowding on an existing lot by, moving grandma into her own space or allowing the student who's maybe in their old bedroom into another space.
I've got two.
Right. That's why I looked at you. Give grandma more space, right? Or the main homeowner. In my neighborhood, right around the corner from me, there's a homeowner who built a beautiful ADU, JADU, I guess, on his property. It's gorgeous. When I see neighbors walking by, we're always sort of marveling at it. It's a wonderful add to the community, and he's planning to use it for his son, who is a up and coming business owner in Costa Mesa. So it allows his son to live in a place that's a little bit cheaper while he invests in his business and in the city. There's a woman down the street from me who's an original homeowner in my neighborhood. She bought her home for $7,000 in the 50s. She's living on Social Security, right? She's a single person living in on a huge lot. This is an opportunity for her to potentially, monetize her lot, get a little bit of extra income while providing housing for, let's say, an OCC student or another senior in the community who might not have enough housing. I think there's a lot of really, really positive benefits to address the housing issue in this city, to allow property owners to benefit from their properties. Of course, we want to be careful about impacts, but I think we should, look at opportunity and then make sure we're protecting against impacts. I think to do some of that exploration. I'd love to see us do some kind of educational workshop or open house, maybe even for folks who've already built ADUs in the city, maybe if they'd be willing to sort of give tours or share examples of their homes. I believe there are a number of sort of ADU builders who may be able to come in and talk about different, what ADUs look like, open our minds a little bit about what an ADU is, and that it's not this, terrible thing. I'm interested in building an ADU and possibly hosting maybe an EF student. $120 a week, is that what it was? Comparable to council pay. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, that's about. I don't know. So I'd love to see, I think that would be a really great educational opportunity, I think, for ourselves and the public. And that would be, we've talked a lot about the value of community engagement in projects that we're looking at, policies that we're looking at. It'd be a really good opportunity to also sort of test the pulse of the public on what people are interested in. You also made a face at me, Mr. Curtis, when I suggested the stock plan idea. I think that's a really nice idea. In my neighborhood, I think we actually do have approved plans for expansions on homes. There's like a set of 6 or so approved home expansion plans in my tract. So this would be, not very different than that. And fits in with what we've talked about a few council meetings ago on streamlining opportunities for home building. I think we're getting some funds to support work on that. The parking impacts of ADUs is certainly something we need to take very seriously. And as we have this parking study that's moving forward, I think it makes sense to sort of do this exploration with the parking study and get a sense of how we might mitigate some of those impacts as well. So happy to support the urgency ordinance today, but I'm really interested in us looking at ways to promote ADUs, mitigating impacts that people are concerned about, but really helping to fill a housing need in our community. Thank you.
Councilmember McInnes?
I will be supporting the ordinance, but not happily, because we have to do this because of state law. I have real concern about Sacramento dictating our local zoning in this manner. It's not just broad policy. They're talking about the setbacks and the parking and whatnot. I think it's an overreach on the part of Sacramento. There is a rule for accessory units. We have some accessory units in the city that are lovely, but they were built according to our standards with our parking, our setbacks, and our requirements. And there are other cities that have different accessory units, and they fit into their communities because they meet their local standards. But Sacramento doesn't want us to adhere to local standards at all anymore. One of our biggest neighborhood issues that we hear about week after week after week at the podium is parking. This ordinance, in conformance with state law, it's not our choice, will really exacerbate the parking situations if carried to its logical conclusion. You could convert garages without providing additional parking. We can't require parking for some of these things. You add an accessory unit, you increase your impervious surfaces. What about your storm drains? You're going to use more water because you have more people. You're going to be putting out more sewage. But that's what Sacramento wants us to deal with. And that's their fiat from Sacramento. I think we need to keep track of who voted how on each of these bills that further and further and further erode our local control, and hold these people accountable. And also as far as the cookie cutter units, I will bet you some outfit like Simon will start doing prefab ones that you could just drop in your backyard, because they do that with housing. Already, so it would not surprise me, but they might be okay. But one of the things that really I find a little distressing is due to a recent mishap, I've been spending a lot of time sitting in my easy chair right next to the bookcase. And right there in the corner of the bookcase, right at eye level, is the Kevin Starr books about the California Dream. And there's Vanishing Dreams, there's the gold, it starts out, but the whole series on the California Dream. And I keep thinking there's got to be one that's coming up now that'll just be Shattered Dreams, because the initial part when California was being sold, it was you get a backyard, you have an orange tree, you put your kids in there. That was the California dream, to live in a single family house. And now we're being told that you have to cram more and more and more and more in because people keep coming. And my question is, if this is the way we're going to live, why would they want to come? What happened to that California dream of the house with the couple kids in the backyard and a place for a sandbox or a slide or a puppy or an orange tree? We're not going to have that anymore if Sacramento has their way. I don't know what the answer is, but it just really disappoints me that Sacramento has now decided to micromanage our zoning in this matter, and we really don't have a lot of choice. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
All the leaves are brown and the sky is gray. I went for a walk.
Okay. It's getting late. We got stuff to get to.
So anyhow, if when you walk around Costa Mesa, knocking on doors during elections, there's two things that strike you. You can't miss them. Number one, there are a lot of dogs, and they come up to you right away. The other is the majority of our residences and our voters, our registered voters, live in alternative living arrangements. There's like my house, I've got the 25-year-old kid living there. The Mayor Foley's house has 4 generations of people. That's the norm in Costa Mesa. So, respectfully, the idea of the California dream of the two living in the 2 parents and the kids and the 2.5 kids and the dog and it's just not present day Costa Mesa, and I'm not sure it will be in the future. As it relates to Sacramento coming in and kind of taking some responsibility for the cities and what we can and can't do, I just remember that in 2017 or 2018, when we did have a little bit more flexibility on what we can do, what we voted on a 3-2 vote, and Mayor Foley and I voted against this, was we limited ADUs in the city to 7,900 square feet or greater, which equated to 10% of our residents, our homes in the city could have ADUs. And the 10% that could were the least likely to have ADUs because they were either the kind of high square footage, the places that with horses and stuff like that, or the folks on the country club with big lots. And they're not likely to have ADU or even live in alternative living arrangements like most of Costa Mesans. So, we can quibble about whether we should have a little bit more control or a little bit less control, but when we had control, we essentially said on a 3-2 vote, no ADUs. So the other thing is, I do like the idea of having some kind of safe harbor guidelines that people can go to. I think it'll be more efficient and more straightforward. But I obviously support the motion made by Councilmember Chavez.
Councilmember Mansour.
Follow-up question for our city manager. Can we get an actual list of who voted how on AB 68 and AB 831? Can we get that provided for us?
Do you want SB 13 also?
Sure. Thank you.
I can tell you. I have it right here. Do you want me to read it for you?
No, I'd like to get a printed copy.
Senator Morlock voted for this.
I'd like a printed copy. I want to see it all.
Okay. You can Google it. It's easy. Okay. Let's see. Call for the question. Did it work?
Yes,
Okay,
motion carries 7-0.
And I just want to make sure that motion was for the revision that you received today with those
Yes.
changes. Thank you.
Okay, we're just moving along here. Okay. Item number 3.
Adopt a resolution and approve a letter of support for House Resolution 763, the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act of 2019. Presentation by Mr. Locke, Chief of Staff.
Mr. Locke?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. What you have before you today is a report summarized from the presentation and discussion with the Legislative Review Team per Council Policy 000-8 pertaining to city positions on legislation. The recommendation from the Legislative Review Team is that the City Council consider the adoption of Resolution 19-XX and approve a letter in support of House Resolution 763, the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act of 2019. The city does have one legislative partner at the national level, that's the National League of Cities, and they have not taken a position on this piece of legislation. Therefore, a vote by the City Council is required to formally take a city position. So, what does this do? The Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, EICDA, charges a $15 per year per ton of carbon dioxide emissions immediately in 2020, and then, or in year one if it's passed in the second year of the current legislative session, and then increases that fee by an additional $10 to $15 annually in 2021, 2022, onward into the future. If emissions reduction targets from the fee that would make people buy less of more expensive goods from that fee are met, it's a $10 increase annually. If emissions reductions are not met, thereby meaning that people aren't buying less of those heavy emissions goods, then the fee is higher at $15 to compensate. This includes border adjustments. The program would include border adjustments to avoid harming U.S. businesses that export or that compete with imported goods. These can include tariffs and other fees on imported goods or on competitive goods from outside of the United States, whether they come in on, in the ports or over an actual physical border, to make sure that our businesses aren't at a disadvantage against cheaper goods from overseas where they don't have a carbon tax. And so those, or a carbon fee. So those would vary by country of origin, as some European countries and others have instituted carbon fees at varying levels, and some other countries in the world have done no such thing. So these fees would be deposited into a trust fund similar to the Social Security Trust Fund, and then be repaid equally to U.S. citizen and lawful permanent resident households on a per-person basis. Those fees are equal for every adult lawful permanent resident in the United States, or the dividends are, and they are 1/2 of that amount for children up to the first 2 children per household. So if a child ages up to 19 and there's a 3rd child in the household, there are still 2 children that are receiving that dividend, as one person has become an adult and now is receiving an adult dividend. And so that's determined, and I'm sure there are folks here in the audience who can also speak to things like this, but that's determined by dependency status on your taxes. So in years 1 to 5, due to the setup costs for the program, a minimum of 92% of all fees collected will be repaid, again, on that equal basis to all American lawful permanent residents and citizen households. And in years 6 onward, a minimum of 98% due to not having to set up a whole apparatus. So this program as a whole will be decommissioned when greenhouse gas emissions are below 10% of what they were in 2016, or the dividend falls below $20 monthly for 3 consecutive years. The following 3 slides are image-based, and they're drawn from the Columbia University 2019 House Resolution 763 assessment. So the first slide we have here from that assessment shows the impact on the left side on U.S. electricity generation and the mix, where the electricity comes from across the entire country. So you can see on that far left bar, you can see that 22% of our current energy mix comes from coal in 2020, and that under EICDA, the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act of 2019, that would drop almost immediately in the first year to 17%. And you can see by 2030, it would be down to about 1%. And that would be predominantly for industrial uses rather than for energy generation specifically. You can also see by comparing 2020 to 2030 in those bars that renewables jump from 21% under current policy in 2020 and 23% under EICDA in 2020 to 44% under EICDA in 2030 as compared to 28% under the aggregated effects annually of current policy. On the right chart, and stop me anytime if you have any questions, please. On the right chart, you can see under current policy, you can see how much coal we would be using in 2030 under current policy versus the EICDA, and you can also see how much natural gas we would be using. It's not in their image slides, but I did take note from the text of their report that petroleum production within the United States would effectively remain unchanged under this policy, but that imports of petroleum from other countries would decrease substantially. Exports would likely remain unchanged. And then just so you know, CCS, trying to define all the acronyms I can find, natural gas with CCS is carbon capture and storage. And so that's a natural gas that does not emit nearly as much greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. So the forecast impacts on costs to consumers, as I'm sure this is something you're very concerned about. On the left-hand side, you can see U.S. average gasoline prices, 2020 under current policy and EICDA, and 2030 under current policy and EICDA. You can see there is a modest increase in year 1 and a substantial increase by year 10 in 2030. And then you can see a corresponding level of increase for the costs in electricity prices. And the next slide will explain what the corresponding increase in dividend payments to families is. So we have the next slide. On average, low and middle income households receive more in rebates than they pay out in increased prices of carbon emitting services and products. So that's not just those electricity costs and gasoline costs that you saw on the last slide, but that's across the broad spectrum of products. That's the transportation cost that goes into the food you buy at the grocery store. That's the cost that goes into creating plastics. It's the cost that goes into recycling aluminum cans, which is very energy intensive. So these low and middle income households will receive more. Higher income houses will receive less in rebates than they pay. And so in addition, EICDA proposes an advanced carbon dividend. This fronts the money to the American consumer so that the higher prices don't hit the consumer before they get the rebate, so that they aren't put into that hole, as you can see. So the chart on the left shows this. It shows that it's pretty close to a break even by 2030, but that it is a somewhat substantial increase in 2020, so in the first year of the program. And then arguments for and against, who's in favor of this legislation, who's against this legislation. We have 73 members of Congress, 72 of which are on one side of the aisle, 1 on the other side of the aisle. Our local congressional delegation from Orange County has endorsed this and has co-sponsored the legislation. The cities of Santa Ana, Carlsbad, Del Mar, Encinitas, and the County of Los Angeles had some time ago endorsed this legislation, and the city of San Francisco 1 week ago endorsed this legislation. That's why it's not in your document. It's just in this presentation, so I wanted to call that out specially. And their sort of collective environment, which is drawn from the bill, is that HR 763 will reduce emissions and create a healthier environment while offsetting cost increases to consumers. Simple as that. The one listed opponent to this piece of legislation so far is the Center for Biological Diversity, and their central argument is that House Resolution 763 would undo the Clean Air Act in certain functions and strip the EPA of most of their authority to address climate change, specifically through regulation of greenhouse gas, carbon dioxide predominantly, emissions. Additionally, the Natural Resources Defense Council is sort of watching this legislation closely. They're concerned about limitations on EPA authority, but they have not taken a formal position against. And the supporters do have arguments to counter the letter that was submitted to the House of Representatives by the Center for Biological Diversity, which do substantially rely on the fact that the EPA's authority to regulate carbon dioxide emissions would be limited for 10 years and it would be limited on fixed sources of emissions specifically. And so that's your industrial sources like fertilizer plants that produce fertilizer for agriculture, coal-fired power generation, and other things like that, because that's directly targeted by this bill. The EPA would still have the authority to regulate mobile sources, that's transportation. So transportation is one of the largest sources. So there is concern amongst some on the environmental advocacy space that this bill could hamstring the EPA's ability to regulate. However, proponents argue that that's one of the pieces that makes this formerly much more bipartisan and now still somewhat bipartisan legislation more viable, is that it creates a clear regulatory environment at the federal level so that people know what's coming for at least the next 10 years. And there's one final kicker in there, which is that if emissions targets aren't hit within 10 years, the EPA can regulate again. So with that, I'm available for questions. I know we've got members of the public here to comment, and I'm sure they would be happy to answer questions as well.
Okay, Councilmember Guinness, thank you.
You sort of touched on this, but looking at the Center for Biological Diversity's letter and looking at Section 330 of the Act, I have some of the same concerns that I have with this as I have with the carbon tax. While in some ways a market-based approach can work better, unfortunately, instead of actually reducing the pollution, all it ends up being in too many cases is basically selling a license to pollute. And that's my biggest concern with this, is that we're basically selling licenses to pollute, and then the funds aren't even used to clean up the air, they're just being redistributed. So this to me is less an environmental bill than a redistribution of wealth bill, because I look at Section 330, unless specifically authorized in Section 202, 211, I forget what else. But anyway, the administrator, and that's the EPA, shall not enforce any rule limiting the emission of greenhouse gases from combustion of that fuel under the Act. And then they have another one where the administrator would not be allowed to regulate fluorinated greenhouse gas and a couple other things. And I have severe concerns about this, because are we selling licenses to pollute and then handing money back to the general populace after, of course, the feds in their administrative glory take a big giant cut of it, or maybe use it for the bullet train, that I don't see how this actually results in anything cleaner, because the amount of the fee is not that prohibitive. But what do you say to somebody who just says, the proposal here is to sell a license to pollute? That's what it looks like to me.
Is that a question or just a comment?
Well, I want to know, is that, because that's the way I'm looking at it. Why isn't it? What makes it better?
I think that we have some speakers that might be able to address that.
Okay, because I'm I actually have read the thing. It's, let's see, the part about the EPA exemptions, it's 48 pages.
Can I open up the public comment?
Okay, but I certainly hope the people who are commenting have read the whole thing too, so they can enlighten me about this, because I want somebody to tell me why it's not just a license to pollute.
Okay, I'm going to open up public comment at this time. If you want to come to one of the two podiums, and each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak. And if you could be so kind as to fill out the green card, but it's not mandatory. There's 2 podiums, so you can line up at each so that we can run through the speakers more quickly. Good evening.
Hello, City Council and staff. My name is Craig Preston. I'm a resident and homeowner, and there's 4 of us here from Citizens Climate Lobby, and we'd like to just briefly answer some of the questions, even as Councilmember Guinness brought up some really good ones there.
Okay.
I'm an accountant by day and a climate advocate by night, and I deal with risks. And so I find this is a strong economic argument here of how we deal with risks. So I'm glad we can present both how, when it's a bipartisan bill, we really appreciate the nonpartisanship of even our city council on dealing with a lot of things you deal with here. Thank you for what you're handling. I'm amazed you stay up so late at night on these nights, so thank you for that. Briefly, what I'm going to do is talk about the Energy Innovation Act, and it's a bill that is about carbon pricing, putting a price on it to send a market signal, and using the power of our free market. Fossil fuels have helped us get to where we are, but now the power of the market can get us to a safe place. We didn't know there was a side effect of all these fossil fuels, and now we're dealing with it. It's already here, and now we can deal with it this way when using the power of the market to do it. That's where we've gotten a lot of bipartisan support for this bill. I'm going to use most of my time to show a brief video, and so we're going to use a minute and 40 seconds of it, and it really graphically, some of our volunteers at Scripps put this together, so I'd like to play the video now.
Okay.
Slide number 2.
Oops.
At the bottom of the link. Yeah.
The climate is changing. Extreme weather is disrupting livelihoods and food supplies around the world. This is observed. This is documented. This is the scientific community's consensus. The climate is changing. Carbon emissions are driving that change. Emissions come from burning fossil fuels. So if we want to slow or even reverse the change, we must lower our fossil fuel use. By charging a fee on fossil fuels, and returning that revenue to households as a dividend, we can do just that, starting a chain of positive effects. Fossil fuels become less desirable. Cleaner sources of energy become more competitive. The dividend creates millions of jobs. Carbon emissions go down, reduced air pollution saves tens of thousands of lives, and climate change is brought under control. We can make this happen. But enacting a carbon fee and dividend isn't in our hands, it's in theirs. How do we sway them? What can we do? We can use our voices to express political will and demand action. We must help our elected leaders work together. It's on us to tell them what we want as a group. Because when voices call out together, their impact multiplies. Government can respond to the will of the people, provided we tell the government what we want. And what we want is a livable world. This is what Citizens Climate Lobby works for.
That's good.
To empower citizens to connect with and influence their members of Congress.
Great. It's almost over there, but I just want to reserve my time. Thank you for listening to that. It shows some of the power of our market, and that Councilmember Guinness brought up, it sounds like just giving away a license, and I appreciate your concern. Cap and trade is powerful in California. It puts a price on carbon, but we tend to think of it as complicated and a way that can be gamed. We've written this bill to be simple in a way you put a price on carbon, you give them money back to the people, and you protect the border for businesses to compete fairly. And then it goes global because other countries aren't going to want to give us their money. So I have 3 others that will speak on this behalf.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Good evening, members of the City Council. I'm Kathleen Andrews, and although I live in Newport Beach, I've been active civically in Costa Mesa as a chair for 2 years of the Costa Mesa Democratic Party, and I've been active with Citizens Climate Lobby for a couple of years. And the previous video reminds us of the problem and the solution, that the big price signal is that even though you're getting a rebate, there's money back. There's lots more things that you would want to be spending your money on, so you'd still make, with a higher price signal, you'd be making the smarter choices, the more climate-friendly choices. Let's go to the next slide. This slide shows a lot of people. This reminds us that the faces that city staff was mentioning of the people in the House of Representatives who are Republicans and Democrats that co-sponsored this act, and from their members of the House Climate Committee that put forward this act, and then this Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. And passing this and having all the cities support this and municipalities is a way of saying thanks to them for addressing climate change. And we wanted to remind us that there's the 5 Orange County members, of all 5 of them in Orange County supported them: Harley Ruda, Mark Levin, Lou Correa, Katie Porter, and Alan Lowenthal. And There are also 9 other bills other than this HR 763, the EICDA, which city staff is calling them. And the main difference is what to do with the money that's collected. We believe that returning money to the people is the best way to move forward on this while minimizing the costs to the most vulnerable populations, which would be thinking about Costa Mesa, that we're not the highest end solution. And we'll go to the next slide. We've got the list again, which is now out of date, as city staff was pointing out, that we've got 82 local governments across the country, and Costa Mesa has the opportunity to become the city's second one in Orange County.
You still have 49 seconds. Did you have something else?
Thank you. We'll pass it because it's late. We'll pass on to the next person. I thought the Bing was like 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm really impressed by the amount of work that you do and how long you do it. My name is Chris Hilger. I thank you for allowing me to speak to you. Councilwoman Guinness, I'm going to get to your question. My main point here is this, that carbon pricing is universally accepted today as the foundation to real action on climate change. The fact of the matter is that regulations were the last resort of our last president. He said quite clearly that if he had his choice, he would price carbon. Right? And because he wasn't able to accomplish that with the Congress that existed at that time, he, as a last resort, chose to do all he could to regulate a reduction in emissions. The additional fact that needs to be known is that that takes a lot of time and a lot of court cases before it can actually be implemented. And the reality is that the Clean Energy Plan has still not been implemented, and it wasn't anywhere near being implemented when the change in administrations happened. But my purpose here is to give you a sample of the leaders and parts of society that support a price on carbon emissions. The U.S. Conference of Mayors, of which Costa Mesa is a member, has issued a statement that they are in support of carbon pricing. Leading climate activists, including Bill McKibben, the founder of 350.org, the biggest environmental group in the country, is for it. So is Varshini Prakash, the leader of the Sunrise Movement, which is a new movement involving making environmental progress. Here's a sample of the environmental groups that not only support carbon pricing, but does that mean?
You have 1 minute.
Oh, no. Okay, Environmental Defense Fund, National Wildlife Federation, Natural Resources. I have to get to your question, Congressman.
I got promoted.
Economists, earlier this year, top economists, 27 Nobel laureates, 15 former chairs of the Board of Economic Advisors, and all former chairs of the Federal Reserve, Republican and Democrat, liberal and conservative, in support of regulations and not in support of regulations, issued a statement calling for climate change to be remedied by the exact carbon pricing policy approach contained in this bill that we're asking you to support in a resolution, HR 763. And since then, over 3,500 other economists have also signed on to this statement, many of them very concerned about regulations and also about carbon pricing, an effective way of dealing with climate change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Russell Baldwin, longtime resident of Costa Mesa, and I'm here to finish up. In the interest of time, I will keep it very brief. The previous speaker mentioned Bill McKibben. He's the founder of 350.org, and he recently stated this: the most important thing an individual can do is to be less of an individual, join together with other people and movements large enough to affect changes in policy and economics that might actually move the system enough to matter. You can't do it alone, one light bulb, one vegan dinner at a time. And this is a national issue. It's going to affect Costa Mesa. Costa Mesa is the center of tourism it has a broad economy, and climate change is going to affect us. Now, supporting this bill at the federal level doesn't mean it's going to pass. It's just one more brick in the structure that we're trying to build across the nation to get it forward. And also, just because this bill's passed doesn't mean it's the solution to climate change. It's just one piece of the puzzle. And if we have this, it's the silveriest bullet that we have in our holster. It's not going to do it on its own. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this will be our final speaker.
I'm just going to quickly see if we've answered Councilwoman Guinness's question. Let me preface it by saying this. The EPA has never had a control on CO2 emissions. Never. The only time they tried was when Obama tried. I don't know if we got that across tonight. And everything else the EPA controls, they don't lose control of. They have control of everything they ever had control of before except CO2. So, and the time it takes, the time it took Obama to put the plan into place was 6 years. And if someone else was going to put a plan for the EPA in place to try to control CO2, it would take 6 years because of the time constraints in getting a regulation like that approved. So I just wanted to try to make sure that we answered that question.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, closed public comment. Council? Councilmember Marr?
Move to approve the item.
Second, or Councilmember Reynolds?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Marr, do you want to speak to the item?
I do, thank you. So this is something that I've been wanting to get us approved for a number of months. Thank you to all the folks who came out in support and stayed up until 10:50 p.m. to be here. I agree with Mr. Baldwin entirely. This is not the end-all be-all solution to climate change, but this is a very important signal to send. In answer to Councilmember Guinness's question, currently in California under cap and trade, frankly, we're not seeing the dramatic results that I would like us to see. And if anything, a cap and trade program is more of a convenient way to buy yourself out of pollution. But by putting a price on carbon, economists, I love that we included the Columbia study, but maybe because the city manager's a little biased. But anyway. By putting a price on carbon, there's economists from all kinds of organizations who have agreed that this is an effective way to very dramatically reduce the amount of carbon in our energy supply. I mentioned I was in the Midwest last week. You're seeing utilities that have traditionally used tons and tons of coal in their generation mix make the change over to renewables, but that is a hard change to make because frankly coal is so cheap. And so what is the market incentive that is driving them to make that change? Well, it's power plant maintenance over time, it's the public kind of putting some pressure on them, but there's no clear market signal that says coal is a bad idea, go figure out how you can do renewables. And that's effectively what this is. So anyway, I appreciate the council and the members of the legislative committee putting this on the agenda, and Mayor Foley hearing me rant about this at least once, maybe 2 or 3 times. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, did you want to speak to the motion?
Sure, just briefly. I think to add on to what Councilmember Marr was describing, right, coal has been cheap because we don't put a cost to all of the negative benefits of coal and other emissions generating fuels, and there is a cost to it. We've talked a lot about high schools here, and I was thinking about chemistry class where we talk about air is a fluid too, right? So in the same way, I think we would all agree that polluting our water supply is a bad thing. I hate to see regulations rolled back on that, but nobody wants our water polluted. We all agree that clean water is critical. Air is also a really important public resource, and we need to acknowledge the cost of emissions on that public resource. Nothing's more precious than air. So I think it's good to put costs on emissions. There have been similar regional markets on carbon emissions that I think have been successful. I've done a lot of work in the New England market where there was some regional, carbon markets that have really benefited growth of a new green economy, creating jobs. They would use the money they collected to reinvest in energy efficiency and clean energy projects and programs. They've seen through those energy efficiency programs demand for energy basically plateau, which is a lot of public cost savings. So I think it's a really good step. I congratulate the folks who've been working on this for really securing bipartisan support. I think that's a real testament, especially in these times, to get bipartisan support for a bill. Thanks.
Hey, Councilmember Mansour.
So I appreciate the intent of where this wants to go. A couple concerns that are mentioned in the staff report. And my concern with supporting numerous bills, or almost any bill at the federal level or the state level from here as a city council, is that the bills often change, sometimes considerably, and then our name is on it. And so we should continue to monitor the bills as they change, as they go through the process. But according to the staff report, the bill would undo the Clean Air Act. I don't know if that's accurate or not. The bill's restrictions on the EPA to impose carbon pollution limits. But one of the main things that is a concern to me is the analysis that was done that said the carbon tax would lead to higher prices on certain goods and fuels, with costs falling on low-income households. That is a serious concern. So I'm a little bit hesitant to jump on board at this point. Thank you.
Councilmember Guinness.
At first, when I just read the summary, I thought, well, this is a no-brainer. Of course I'm for this thing. And then I read the bill, and then I read it again, and then I read the CBD thing. That's not an oil. That's Center for Biological Diversity. And so I am torn. I did reread it carefully, and it does reference greenhouse gases. And where'd that gentleman go? The final speaker actually answered my question, because basically it's not happening anyway. So it's not like we're stopping something that's happening, as opposed to, say, limitations on NOx or sulfur or something. The one concern, well, I shouldn't say one concern, but a major concern I have with this bill, as I had with the bill for the water tax and whatnot, there's bill after bill after bill after bill. And so this bill is not unique, and it wouldn't be a reason that would stop me from supporting it, because it's on half the bills that I see. The exemption for big ag. This happens on the water tax. I don't know if those of you read all the fine print on the water tax. It was supposed to clean up the polluted water, but folded in there was an exemption for big ag from polluting if they met certain if they went through certain behavioral steps. Same thing here. Big ag gets it, well, all ag, but it's going to be big ag that reaps the biggest benefits. I'm not saying that this bill shouldn't be supported because of that, because every bill that there is practically has some handout to big somebody. They get a rebate on their fees, and they get exemptions from certain things. And I'm on a roll today. I'm just complaining about everybody. It's probably because I'm sitting here on my pillows. But anyway, I am, just like I'm sick of Sacramento, it's just very disheartening to me that every bill, even bills that have a good intent, have some big somebody who manages to get their little toe in the door. And I think it's maybe what we have to accept as we take a little step, and in return we have to give a little handout to the big guys or something. I don't know. There's a lot to like in this bill, but there are things to not like. So I like the intent, but I'm not sure about the details. But I have to say this gentleman certainly helped on my thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
I just want to point out that we're getting a dividend through this bill. So as the increased pricing due to coal being taxed is raised, you get money back from it. So someone like me who's lower middle income actually won't feel as much impact due to this bill, which is why I think it's a great thing to do. So just want to clarify that for everyone on the dais who didn't understand that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Mar Councilmember Mansour.
I understand that we would be getting money back, but I don't know that it's going to be enough to compensate for increase in costs that are going to be passed on to the consumers.
Councilmember Chavez.
You might want to dive deeper into the paperwork then, Alan. Thank you.
Okay. So I appreciate all the hard work, and thank you, Mr. Locke, for a very detailed report with lots of tabs and exhibits and a lot of thorough information, including the entire text of the bill. And thank you to the Citizens Climate Lobby for persisting. I think I met with you 2 years ago, and you didn't give up, and I appreciate all the work that you're doing throughout the county to build bipartisan support so that we can begin to reduce gas emissions, car emissions, reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. So I will be supporting the motion. I agree with Councilmember Mansour. We should follow and track the bill. And Mr. Locke, you can add that to our list of items that we keep track of in terms of legislation. And, I think that as Councilmember Chavez pointed out, the dividends will come back to families, including children, and that will help to offset the additional costs. And as I understand from my meeting, that will begin right away. And so that will be, we already closed public comment, but that will be something that begins immediately, the dividends. So before the costs take effect, correct? Yes. So that's going to help a lot. It's like an advance payment on the cost that you're going to incur. So thank you for that. We all have to do a little bit to help reduce our emissions, and I think this is a step in the right direction. Councilmember Guinness.
I would just like to request that any letter that we send on any legislation indicate we support or we oppose as XYZ as currently proposed as of whatever date it is that we take our position. And I think that will help when the bills do change.
Councilmember Mar, are you agreeable for this letter? Yes. Councilmember Reynolds? Yep. Okay. Call for the question.
Councilmember Mansour, could you please? Thank you. Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Mansour voting no.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on. Item number 4. We have a lot of items tonight that have been a couple years in the making. Okay, item number 4.
Policy regarding naming of city parks and community facilities.
Ms. Reyes?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Before you tonight is a presentation on the council policy regarding naming parks and city facilities. Tonight we have 2 recommendations for the City Council. One is to adopt the attached revisions to the Council Policy 800-1 and retitle it as City Parks and Facilities Naming Policy, Attachment 1 to your staff report. And to consider naming the Neighborhood Community Center at Lions Park after former Mayor Norma Herzog. To provide you a little background, currently the city does not have a specific facility naming policy. Policy 800-1 refers to the naming of city parks and broadly mentions city facilities. The last facility to be renamed was the sports complex back in 2011, which was renamed after Jack Hammett. The process included a review by the Parks and Recreation Commission, now known as the Parks, Arts, and Community Services Commission, and final approval by the City Council. Previously, Mayor Katrina Foley and former Mayor Mary Hornbuckle, which I believe is in the audience, proposed naming the Neighborhood Community Center at Lions Park after former Mayor Norma Herzog. City Council then directed staff to review the policy and develop a process for naming city parks and facilities. Tonight, we have some recommended changes to Council Policy 800-1 for the following reasons. include city facilities in the policy and cleanup of outdated policy language, establish a uniform procedure for naming city parks and facilities, and we do have an upcoming opportunity of naming 2 city facilities, one being the Neighborhood Community Center, which is Phase 2 of the Lions Park project, which is estimated to be completed in summer of 2020. And we have a new pocket park located on the east side, Santa Ana and University Drive. I believe the estimated construction is fall 2020. So these are 2 opportunities where the city council will have the opportunity to name these facilities. The amended policy has created procedures and guidelines. The proposed changes will include a process to be used for naming city facilities and parks. It implements a nomination form, which is the attachment number 3 to your staff report, which includes a review by the Parks, Arts, and Community Services Commission, and review and final approval by the City Council. However, City Council may waive the nomination process and propose the naming or renaming of a city park and/or facility. The City Council may, by a majority vote, approve the naming or renaming of a city park and/or facility as proposed by the mayor or City Council members. Now on to the proposal to name the new community center. The proposal to name the new neighborhood community center at the Lions Park project after former Mayor Norma Herzog. She's quite notable in our community. She was the first female council member ever elected to the Costa Mesa City Council in 1974. She served 3 terms on the city council and served as mayor twice from 1977 to 78 and from 1984 to 1986. She has a long list of notable achievements and has made great contributions to the Costa Mesa community. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no requests in the queue. Can you request the queue?
Actually, never mind. I'll save it.
Okay. I'm going to open this item up to public comment. If there's anyone who wishes to speak to this item, please come to one of the 2 podiums. This is our 3rd former council member and former mayor, Mary Hornbuckle.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for, to the City Manager's Office in particular, for developing this policy and getting it back on the agenda. I think it was about a year ago I was here asking if you would consider naming the Neighborhood Community Center for Norma Herzog. I probably don't need to go into a lot of detail about why I think that's a good idea, but I will tell you that Norma was my mentor and the mentor of at least 2 other women who served on the council with her. She paved the way for 4 of you to be on that dais, but she also paved the way for you gentlemen because she encouraged participation by everyone in the community, male, female, anything. So she was really a very supportive person. She owned a preschool in Mesa Verde for many, many years, and many of the best people in the city sent their children there. So she was a mentor to me in that field as well. And I appreciate very much you putting this back on the agenda, and I hope you will vote in favor of naming the facility for Norma. She no longer lives in California. She has moved to New Jersey and is in an assisted living facility there. I keep in regular contact with her, and she will be thrilled beyond belief to know that you have recognized her in this way. So I encourage you to vote positively. And oh, one more thing. I really like what you've done to the house. It's nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
Good evening again, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. I can't say anything better than you just heard. Mary Hornbuckle is a fixture and well-respected, and she says all the right things. So I just simply add my support to making sure that you include and vote for Norma to be named on the new community center. Appreciate the even thought of it because she certainly deserves it for what she's done for this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I support what Jay and Mary say too, because it's a long time coming, and what a wonderful thing to honor a trailblazer for this city, for women, and to have such a nice community, new community center named in her honor, and the fact that she's still alive. I think that that is really a benefit. So thank you, everyone who worked on this.
Thank you. Okay, close the public comment. We'll take it in two parts. Well, I'll see. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Okay, if I have to, I'll take it in two parts, but I was just going to move in one motion to, number one, adopt the attached revision to the council policy, and number two, to name the Neighborhood Community Center at Lions Park after former Mayor Norma Herzog, if that's okay to do it in one motion.
That's fine. I just want to make that motion.
That would be fine.
Oh, did you want to make the motion? Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. I'll just do the first one, and if you want to make the
Okay.
second one,
All
you
right.
can make the second. Well, why don't you just make both of them? I'll just do it. Nobody's gonna second it. Just go.
Nobody really
Here, wipe
cares.
it. Wipe my thing off. Forget it.
It's okay. That's okay. Okay.
You
Councilmember-
do the motion.
Councilmember Guinness.
Just remove it. Let Katrina do it.
It's okay.
I'll withdraw my motion. I already voted for this, so it doesn't matter. 2 years ago.
All right, here we go. Whoops. Okay, who is the second?
I hit it, and then it showed up, and then it disappeared again.
All right. All right, okay. He said everything that needs to be said, and so did former Mayor Hornbuckle. I make this motion because I think it's the right thing to do, and I'm thrilled to be able to hopefully get the votes after 2 years. You know, you just got to stick with stuff every once in a while.
I think it's a good thing. I kind of would have liked to see it flipped with Norma's name on the library and keep Duncan on the community center, but this is great too. And one of the things that people don't recall about Norma Herzog is something that she did that really, I think, enhances voter participation. Because when I first registered to vote, we'd have a school board election, then a couple months later we'd have a city council election, a couple months later we'd have something else. And all of those elections had pretty poor turnout. But one of the things that Norma pushed was consolidation of all the election, and that actually has really helped with voter turnout because she was very concerned about people participating in the democratic process. And we talk about some of the things that she did in the arts and so forth, but I think that's one of the most important contributions that she made was encouraging public participation, encouraging voter participation. Thank you.
Great, that's great. And I will add, I should have said this earlier, she also was instrumental in bringing South Coast Repertory to our city, which is, you know, as we all know, it's a world-class destination now. So, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you have something else to add?
Well, I just want to say a couple things. I don't know Norma Herzog. I wish I did. But I do know Mary Hornbuckle and Wendy Lease and Katrina Foley and Arliss Reynolds and Sandy Guinness and Andrea Marr. And I'm very glad that I do. And I'm very pleased to serve with the four women on the city council, as well as Alan and Manny. But the other thing, and so I'm grateful to her. And the other thing is, I thought it was interesting when former Mayor Hornbuckle said that she owned a preschool. And so we have a focus, as I've said several times, of early childhood development and education. And so that was her profession. And I think it's wonderful to focus on that. And I hope that that's on whatever plaque is put up there, that it not only recognizes her civic contribution, but also her professional contribution to the community.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah.
So we did a history-themed bike ride in November, and it was probably the most fun ride, except for this December one, because it was so fun to learn and share stories about Costa Mesa history. And there was a real hunger for it. We got to open up the Historical Society over at Lions Park, and folks had never been there before, of all ages, and people just loved hearing the stories of people and places in Costa Mesa over the years. So I would love to see, not just the name of the building, but a plaque that tells some of these stories of those contributions, these bringing South Coast Repertory. So I think we have one for Donald Dungan's, maybe matching that. If that needs to be part of the motion, let's throw that in there. Yeah, I want to learn more about her. I hope one of our newspapers does a little article, or our team does an article about her as part of this as well. Thank you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
We can certainly do that, and we'll also include the information on the plaque as well to match the Donald Dungan Library.
Thank you. Councilman Chavez?
I'll just be brief, and I'll just say one simple thing that I firmly believe. It's we stand among the shoulders of giants. And Norma has done a lot for our city, and I think it's a pleasure to showcase that in our community. And I will say one quick tidbit. When I was first elected, I brought my sister to City Hall at their Snoopy house. And when we walked the hallway back here and she saw Norma, my sister said, "Oh, she's the first female mayor." And I was like, "Yeah." And she was like, "I'll be the first female something too." So for me, just that little moment, I know that every woman here and every guy here as well owes something to her and her legacy for Costa Mesa. So thank you.
Okay, call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out. Sure. Point of personal privilege of our former mayor here.
Thank you. Just very quickly, Sandy reminded me that Norma didn't serve on the council just for 3 terms. She served for 13 years because of that change in the election. She was very proud of that. And I would like to ask if the city clerk's office could send a letter to Norma officially notifying her that the facility will be named.
I'll be sending a letter from the mayor.
That would be wonderful.
And then what I was going to ask is if we could, where'd she go? If we could, maybe there's a way, if you could make sure that they have her contact information. We
I've
could do
given it
some
to
kind
them.
of a Skype or something where we could.
That may be complicated for her,
I know.
but if you
figure it out.
want to do that, I can put you in touch with her daughter
Okay,
as
if
well.
you want to talk with Alma.
And I gave your, okay.
Okay,
She has
thank
the
you.
address. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you doing this while Norma's still alive.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
She's 92 now.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember McGinnis, did you have something else?
I was just wondering whether we should do like some kind of resolution, but you could do a proclamation and sign that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. Okay, moving on. We got a couple more items. Item number 5.
Thank you. Selection of City Council Subcommittee for One Metro West Project Development Agreement. Presentation by Mr. Curtis.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I guess I need to get my slideshow on. You know what? I'll just do it without it. It's very short. On March 5th of this year, the City Council directs staff to process a general plan amendment for the One Metro West project for the development of the 15-acre site. The project consists of 1,057 residential dwelling units, 6,000 square feet of specialty retail space, 25,000 square foot office building, and 1.7 acres of park and open space. Since the March direction from the City Council, staff, the applicant, and our respective consultants have been processing the proposed project. The project is planned for hearings in the spring of 2020. The proposed project consists of requests for a general plan amendment, zone change, specific plan, an environmental impact report, and a potential parcel map. The applicant is also proposing a development agreement to extend the term of the entitlements for the project and to offer public benefits in exchange for those extended entitlements. The recommendation is that the city council create a subcommittee to work directly with staff regarding negotiations with the applicant. And happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. I see no questions in the queue. I will open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this item?
My only suggestion is that you look at the agreement that we have with the Seagerstroms or the South Coast Plaza, that is like the Rolls Royce of agreements. And so that the standard is high, and that's the same neck of the woods in the city, so to speak. So go for the gold.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Council. Merry Christmas to all of you. My name's Carrie Lang, and I'm a resident of Mesa Verde, and I'm also on the Board of Directors of Mesa Verde Community, Inc. So I'm here, technically speaking, just as myself, but as a resident of Mesa Verde, we're one of the neighborhoods that will be most affected by this development. So I ask that as you look at the subcommittee, that you please pick a balanced group of council members, one that's more pro, one that's more conservative, more con, and then a member that's kind of undecided in the middle, so that you can really look at all the issues and try and think of how such a development will affect the community, particularly the residents in Mesa Verde North, but also because of all the traffic on Harbor. So I ask that the issues that I'm most concerned about are the additional police presence that may be needed as we put residential in a former industrial space, whether or not we're going to be able to have enough officers. Do we need to hire more officers? The cost of that to the city. Who will be paying for that? Do we need to have a substation for them? The same with the fire department. How will the residents be protected in case of fire? Do we have a fire station nearby for them? Is it going to be more time for them to get fire help if they need it? Who's going to pay for that? How many more firemen are going to need to be added? Do we have enough staff for that? Schools, unless this is going to be an all-adult community and there's going to be children, what schools will these children be going to and how will they get to? One of the things that the developer said is that it's going to be a highly walk and bikeability community because of all the businesses and the jobs north of the 405. But it's my understanding we don't have any schools north of the 405, so how are those children going to get to their classes? How are they going to get to all their extracurricular activities? How much is that traffic going to impact the people on Harbor and that area around there? There's only two ways out of that development. You either go up Highland or you go out Sunflower and South Coast Drive and you hit Harbor. So it's highly impacted when you have approximately 2,000 cars, which could be there, that could be leaving at close to the same time, or God forbid there be a natural disaster. So I ask that the committee look at that. Also, on document 2, it refers to the benefits that we'll be receiving, or the city will be receiving, but then why does the developer need 23 more additional years than the traditional development agreement of 2? And, what are the benefits that are going to be provided? Because that was kind of loosey-goosey in the paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
So she just stated my question. Normally, don't you have 2 years after you get something approved, and then you have 2 years to do the development? So what is going to take 25 years? Is this normal? It's normal.
We'll address it after you finish your comment.
Okay, it doesn't seem normal to me. And I do not like this. The terms and public benefits are unknown at this time. Well, I think there's a lot of negatives here as well. I don't, there's something about the idea of just having a little subcommittee that decides all these things that are going to actually affect the whole city. It just sort of, it doesn't sound transparent, and it just sort of makes me uncomfortable. I know you do it, but I think sometimes these subcommittees are not always the best move.
Okay. We'll close the public comment. And we're going to hear from a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
I move that we appoint a subcommittee, and I nominate Councilmember Guinness and the mayor pro tem for that subcommittee.
Councilmember Chavez?
Second.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, it's going to be a very complicated situation. It's going to require a lot of interaction with the applicant and the staff. And so I think that it would be beneficial to have a subcommittee on this. And then, of course, nothing will be done without the approval of the city council, and we'll, as we said in here, regularly report to the city council. So that's the basis of the motion.
Councilmember Chavez, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, I am very happy that Councilmember Guinness is on this committee. I trust her when it comes to planning, so happy she's there.
Okay. Councilmember Mansour?
Mr. Curtis, so if you can walk me through a couple questions here to make sure I understand a couple things correctly. So at this stage, the next process that this is going to go through is it's going to go to Planning Commission, correct?
The next stage in the process is we are working to prepare the draft environmental impact report. Okay. Once that's complete, it'll be released to the public for 45 days. When we will prepare a response to comments document, and then we will start the hearing processes through actually the Parks Committee and the Planning Commission and the City Council ultimately.
So Parks and then Planning, that's approximately when?
We're looking to do that early spring, starting those hearings.
And then, of course, it would come to council. Do you know about when it would come to council?
We're targeting to get to council, I believe, in May and June.
Okay, and then, of course, it has to go before the voters because of Measure Y, correct?
That's correct.
And that would be, obviously not the primary, that would be in November, correct?
That's the target date, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so if it passes, I get it. I guess my question is, if it doesn't pass the November election, why do we need why 25 years? Why not, does the applicant get another shot at the apple? Does it have to go through the process again, Planning Commission, Council, Measure Y again, or just Measure Y again? What would happen? Just so we understand, because this is all new to us.
And I'll look for the city attorney to jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, but basically, Councilmember Mansour, if the project is denied by the voters in November, the project is dead, so the development agreement will not take effect.
Right.
So what the purpose of the 25 years for the development agreement is if the project gets approved by the council and the voters, this multi-phase project would be allowed to build out over that period of time.
Okay, all right. And it would be we'd allow a project like that to take 25 years to develop that wouldn't require that it be developed within, I don't know, a couple of years or something like that?
So the city's typical standards, as was referenced by a couple folks already, is 2 years. It's very common for a developer of a large project to seek a development agreement to extend the term of that so that they can build out a large project that takes multiple phases, may end up running through a slowdown in the economy during the construction, the build out of a project. So it allows them that certainty that they can finish their project. It's completely up to the city council whether the council wishes to grant a development agreement and what exactly the term of that would be.
Okay, but at the end of the day, any recommendations by this committee have to come back to the council for a full vote, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Guinness?
When do you anticipate that the EIR will go out for public circulation?
We are targeting the release of the draft EIR in January.
And then 45 days?
Correct.
Okay, and then I know Measure Y addresses general plan amendment, zoning amendment, and it addresses basically all legislative actions. And since a development agreement is referendable and it's sort of considered quasi-legislative, do development agreements need to go before the voters under Measure Y or not? I should remember this, but I don't.
They probably don't. It's part of the package, but we'll take a look at that issue and make sure that if it does, it goes as part of the approval.
I will support the motion. I would say it would be my intent in participating that we definitely consult with the council as a whole and make sure that not only are we reflecting the sentiments of the council as a whole, but also whenever we have a subcommittee, whether it's this or any of the other ones, I want to make sure that the other council members don't defer. For example, you certainly want to take the advice, but you still want to read the EIR, you still want to study the project, and you still need to take full responsibility, because otherwise, like, the people in your district won't even be represented. So it's just very, very important on any of these that everybody still do the same amount of work and digging and participation that they would do.
Okay, I'm going to support the motion. Just to clarify, the committee is only as it relates to the development agreement, not the project overall. But of course, we're going to have to look at those items as well. And I do think it's helpful because, Sandy or Councilmember McGinnis and I have both participated in negotiating and voting on development agreements in the past. And so I do think that'll be very helpful to this process. I think the Segerstrom development agreement is 25 years, right? The Home Ranch development agreement?
It's I believe it's for 20, but it actually was amended in the middle of it and extended for another 20 years.
Okay, maybe that's, yeah, okay. So that's why it's not uncommon. So we're just forming a subcommittee so that we can start to gather information and help to negotiate the development agreement, which is something that will give community benefits to the citizens above and beyond what the city can require as a part of the approval process for this application. Okay, call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. We're getting there. Okay.
Item number 6 is formation of ad hoc committee of the council to evaluate cannabis tax rates and regulations. Presentation by Mr. Locke.
Mr. Locke?
Good evening again, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I have a very brief presentation for you tonight as you're becoming more familiar with the formation of these committees tonight to deal with very specific matters and with specific groups on tight timetables. So the recommendation you have before you is a request from Mayor Foley that the City Council form by nomination and confirmation tonight a 3-member cannabis ad hoc committee to consist of the mayor pro tem, and 1 additional council member to review and discuss the city's cannabis tax rate and other requests from local operators within the city's boundaries and whether any changes may be warranted to these tax rates and other requests from the local operators. For the background, this is brief about ad hoc committees. The City Council has previously approved some of these to address specific initiatives, particularly when those initiatives are time sensitive. Ad hoc committees can facilitate the efficient organization of research, analysis, and dynamic questions on timely issues before making public decisions at regular City Council meetings. Finally, ad hoc committees do not make decisions. They may make recommendations to the City Council for consideration at a public meeting. Why create an ad hoc committee regarding cannabis tax rates and regulations? First, the state of cannabis businesses in Orange County and California as a whole is rapidly evolving. Revenues from the city's cannabis businesses are pacing below expectations. The city's cannabis operators have, as a group, requested changes to the city's cannabis tax rates and regulations that they assert could potentially increase business activity and subsequent revenues to the city. Creating and staffing an ad hoc committee is not an additional cost to the city and can create efficiencies in City Council input and evaluating a variety of options prior to finalization of recommendations to the City Council. And finally, this is aligned with City Council goal number 3 in broad sense, which is to keep the city fiscally sustainable. I'm available for questions.
Okay, I see no questions in the queue. Open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak to this item? The last survivors. You made it.
You know, I've spoken on this issue before because I've read the letter several times. Like, there's 20 people, and I'm sure they're sincere, but I find the letter, I'm conflicted on the whole thing because the language, it's immediate, and other cities and all this pressure that these owners, operators are putting on the city council, heavy burden placed, and just like comparing us to Long Beach now and to Los Angeles, who've lowered it to 1 or 2%. But if you look at that one page with reporting from 2019, it did jump. It was going up. The reporting month, it went from 14,000 to 19,000 to 24,000 in June. So, and also I looked on my cell phone. I thought it was kind of interesting. You may not know this, but the Yumi Karma is owned by women. That there's all women staff. And I started looking at the products, and I thought, whoa, wow, you know, maybe I should go over there and get some. but and they look, you know, they're very savvy young women, and it was very appealing to me if I were in the market for CBD oil or, you know, the other stuff too. So I think that it's an advantage to have a business in Costa Mesa. We're not Long Beach, we're not LA. And, but I don't think they're being very transparent with the public and the residents who voted for this, that it's kind of like smoke and that we just have to take this at face value, is that they need it to be reduced from 6 to 2%, but they aren't really articulating their reasons why. So to that point, maybe I think you do need to maybe have an ad hoc committee. I remember just years ago when I was like 4 years old in Chicago, and my dad had gotten out of the service after being in World War II, and we got ready to move from Chicago out to the suburbs, and we had a basement in our apartment. I went down there, and there were all these boxes of green gumballs, and my dad had invested in a gumball machine and gumballs. And, but they didn't sell very well. And that was in 50, 52. And they were spearmint, or they were green. And, you know, sometimes people invest in businesses, but they take a risk, and it doesn't work out like they thought it should. But I don't think we should enable the businesses unless we really have comfort, and that's the best way to go. And I don't think we're there yet. Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with every single thing she just said. However, I want to tell a little story. So it's 2012, and Dana Rohrabacher comes back from Washington and goes upstairs to Liberty Hall over Scotch Monahan's bar and says, Big Tobacco is pushing for this legalization of marijuana. They're all going to start growing marijuana, and we ought to jump on board. And guess who jumped on board? Mr. Monahan. And then his little crew, all of them, Jim Fitzpatrick. And it's very strange to me that this is the same crew. They got this little petition organized. They hired sober living kids and paid them $4.50 a signature to get that thing signed and on the ballot. And then they promoted it. And what I find very fascinating, this is the same bunch of people that pushed all the sober living business in our city. And what I find very strange is if you open up a restaurant and it fails, which a lot of restaurants do, you can't just say, well, I don't want to pay the regular tax. I want to pay a lower tax. These people took a risk. It's a cash business. We're going to never know exactly how much they're making anyway. So let's just leave it the way it is. Don't give them a break. Jim Reichheimer set this up in this little corner of our community, And I don't think they deserve a break at all. And I don't see how three members of Congress, three council people, I'm tired, this is why I'm here tonight. I think it's ridiculous to lower the tax for this particular business. Or then you're going to say, oh, florists are having a difficult time. Let's lower their tax. I think all businesses in our city should be treated equally. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I almost said good morning. We're not there
Not
yet. Honorable Mayor Katrina Foley and members of the council, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. My name is Gilbert Davila. I am the Director of Organizing for the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 324, where we represent members throughout your community. Members at Albertsons, Ralph's, and Vons, the happiest place on earth, Disneyland, and we also represent members in the cannabis industry. We want to appreciate, we appreciate Mayor and the council taking time to examine this industry and soliciting opinions of the citizens. UFCW Local 324 has partnered with business leaders in surrounding communities, not just in Orange County, but throughout the United States, to ensure that the cannabis industry provides a living wage and affordable health care for those members or those workers that are working inside those facilities. And because of that work, in recognition and the vast amount of work we've done, not only in Orange County, in California, and throughout the United States, the American Federation of Labor, Congress of Industrial Organizations, the AFL-CIO, gave us the jurisdiction, the right to represent those workers in the cannabis industry because of the work that we've been doing throughout the United States. So UFCW Local 324 looks forward to continue to work and to collaborate with the City Council here of Costa Mesa, and to make sure that this industry will continue to move forward and in the right direction. Again, thank you, and thank you for the hard work that all of you guys do.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll close public comment. Council. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
I move to approve the item with nominating Councilmember Chavez as the council member on the ad hoc committee.
Councilmember McGinnis.
I was seconding it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, it's a area that definitely needs study. The one thing that I want to make clear is that the ad hoc committee needs to take in information and meet with all different people, including people from the cannabis industry. But the one area that I think we really need to include in this discussion is our FIPAC, which former council member Wendy Lease is on that, and she has spoke, and she was kind of nominated at one of our recent meetings to be the representative of the FIPAC on this, and I'm very interested in her comments, and also, the comments that she made was for the community to learn about these issues and for there to be a justification of any changes that we make to our ordinance. Couple things is this was our Measure X industry was created by the voters. So the sequence was, it wasn't about anybody getting petitions signed. There was a unanimous vote of the city council to put this particular item on the ballot. It was voted by a fairly overwhelming majority. And then we've made some tweaks since that on through the city council, including, tweaking the distance requirement from one of the parks and making it adult use instead of just medical use as it was in the Measure X. So there is precedent for making adjustments. We've also made administrative adjustments during the permitting process, and we have to kind of explore these issues and work with the community, and this is an efficient way to do it. But we also, it's very important to me that we increase our momentum in this area, we don't lose our momentum, and that we all, the three of us, have to work very hard with staff and the community, the business community and the greater community to get this done. Because, I'm not saying that 6% is bad, but also 6% was just a number that was kind of thrown out there and voted on, but the provision also allows us to make adjustments. The measure allows us to make adjustments. So we need to look at this because we're way, way under our expectation in terms of revenue. And there are businesses, including Yummy Karma, that are struggling big time. And so we need to look at why that is. And we're a business-friendly council. If there's a business or an industry within our community that needs to have our service and our attention, then we need to do that. We need to give them our service and our attention, and this is an emerging business, and we should really focus on it at this time. I think it's a critical time in this business. If we don't do that, we won't have an industry that the voters voted on.
Okay, Councilmember Guinness, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah. I don't know what the committee will ultimately come up with or what I would ultimately support, but I do support forming the committee. By way of history, there were a couple of ballot measures for which they did collect signatures which qualified for the ballot. And this was sort of our fallback because the other measures would have allowed retail use, and we didn't want to see retail sales in Costa Mesa. And so this was sort of our self-defense move in a way. So part of me says, well, if the marijuana people don't want to be here, oh, gee, because it wasn't like we were doing this as rolling out the welcome mat for marijuana. It was more like, well, at least it's better than a bunch of retail uses. But unfortunately, we still have a bunch of retail uses, so I do hope that we'll continue to work on our enforcement on that. And I know that Ms. Barlow has worked with our law enforcement staff on this and continues to do so and has been successful in a number of cases. But the other thing that I would like to ask the committee to look at is, aside from the straight financial aspect, I'm reading in the paper that between the taxes that the state charges and the taxes that the different cities charge, we continue to have an overwhelming number of illicit businesses. The people who strip a national forest and plant their pot in the forest. The people who are really, really bad people. The people who have guns and landmines around their marijuana fields. So I think that's one of the things I would like the committee to look at, in addition to that, just the strict financials. If you could look at the extent to which taxation, and I know there's no magic answer, but at least consider the extent to which taxation may discourage legal regulated businesses versus the underground, really sleazy operators.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mansour.
Can anyone tell me if there is a sunset date to this committee or when this issue will be brought back or the recommendations will be brought back? Do we have that?
Well, the first meeting is going to be in January, and so the goal is to have regular meetings and bring a recommendation back to the council before the end of the spring.
So March, April-ish?
May, yeah.
Okay.
In case there's something that needs to go on the ballot for November, we want to make sure that we bring a recommendation back before that time, that deadline. I don't know that there is. I'm just saying that there's a debate with the city attorney's office and the operators as to certain language in the initiative, and so that's part of the discussion.
Okay. I just think the sooner the better.
Okay, and I'll be supporting the motion. I do appreciate, from my standpoint, this is not just about the taxes. It's also about whether or not we have the right as a council to vote on delivery issues and what are the issues regarding that, and as well as creating some kind of because we have delivery happening. So we have all these things happening, but we don't have any regulations over them, so we have no way to prevent the illegal uses that are going on. And we are working hard. I know that Ms. Barlow and our law enforcement team are working hard, but it's literally like whack-a-mole. As soon as one illegal dispensary gets shut down, another one pops up, or maybe one pops up within that one. The lock is cut and they just open up again. So we are going to look at those issues as well as the issue of dispensaries. I'm glad to see UFCW here because I actually feel like maybe there's a role to play. There's lots of strikes that go on that cause people to change their behaviors. So maybe the illegal dispensaries that are not complying with the union requirements might need a visit. So anyway, I just think it's helpful to have many voices, and we will be bringing recommendations back to the council as soon as possible. Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right. Let's keep moving. We got one more item. Thank you all for being here this late. And we're going to finish before midnight. Let's go. Number 7. This is going to be the
Approve
easiest one.
resolution for appointment of Mr. Mejia as interim city engineer and certification of exception to the 180-day wait period pursuant to Government Code Sections 7522.56 and 21221H. Presentation by Mr. Nakamoto.
Actually, I can make the presentation.
Yes. Is
Yes,
there?
Mayor-
Councilmember Mansour, can you just hold up on whatever your question is because I can't hear.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, as you're aware, Mr. Bart Mejia retired as city engineer a couple of weeks ago. So with this report, we're requesting approval of the resolution appointing Bart as interim city engineer and to certify the exemption of the 180-day waiting period per noted government code sections.
Okay.
So I can go to through more detail, but let me know.
I don't need it. Anyone have any requests in the queue? No. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Seeing no one. Council?
Move to approve the item.
Second.
Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Council member committee reports, additional suggestions. Anyone in the queue? No. Seeing no one. I will now adjourn the meeting before midnight. Merry Christmas, everyone, and we will see you after the new year, 2020. Here we come. Enjoy the break.